Welcome, everybody. So this is the joint endeavor between the EIP and the EMU Lab, so Bocconi European University Institute. So I'm very happy to do this together. We discussed with Daniel, with Carlo, some time ago, and sometimes these things you get the idea, then they run into the sand. This time instead we managed to host you here also in this beautiful setting. We are blessed by the weather, which is nice. Okay, before we start, let us say a few words just to set the scene and give a bit the rules of the game. Why don't we go? We are not so many. Why don't we go around the table and we introduce ourselves so we can everybody can see who we're talking to. Okay, Deborah.
I'm Deborah Revoltella at the European Investment Bank. I'm the chief economist.
George Papaconstantino from the Florence School of Transnational Governance, where I'm a chair here and acting director.
Marcello Missori, Schuman Center.
Filippo Vergara Caffarelli, Banca d'Italia.
Michele Casteggini, PhD researcher at the Economics Department here.
Good afternoon, Martin Larch, Head of Secretariat of the European Fiscal Board, currently at YEP, Bocconi University.
Anna Paycheff, a research fellow at the EMU Lab. Hello everyone, I'm Julie Pellizzari, research associate at the Florence School of Transnational Governance, SDG Climate.
Umberto Marengo, I'm a visiting fellow at the Schuman Center, otherwise working for the British Development Finance Institution.
Helge Berger, I'm with the IMF. I'm a deputy director in the European Department.
I'm Carlo Altomonte. I'm in the European Institute for European Policymaking at Bocconi with Daniel.
I'm Laura Parisi at the European Central Bank in DG International.
Daniel Gross, also from Bocconi Institute for European Policymaking.
Chris Polo, principal economist at the IFC and former head of the Productivity, Innovation, Entrepreneurship Division at the OECD.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, we are a nice bunch. So with actually representatives of all the major international organizations, also proximate for some of us. So we are going to have also in the second panel, representative from the Commission, OECD, IMF. So I think we are, let's say, blessed by institutional wisdom and not only personal one. Okay, let me just say one word about the EMU Lab. Maybe Daniel or Carlo can say a word also on the institute, just as a snapshot. We launched this initiative, about a year ago. So the idea being to work in a multidisciplinary setting to try to give our contribution for what we can to unlock the debate on economic and monetary union. So we have done quite a lot of initiatives. Last one was yesterday with former Commissioner Paolo Gentiloni, who gave a lecture. And we are going to have, and this is a bit of an announcement for you to pencil down in your agenda. On the 6th of March, we are going to have the 2025 EMU Lab annual lecture given by Philippe Aguillon on should we fear artificial intelligence. So that is hot topic. So looking forward to, if you like to attend, to see you around. So this is the EMU Lab. I mean, the eventual aim is to produce what we have called the Flores report. It would be for second half towards the end of 2025. And I mean, all the things that we discuss here today, as we have done in the past, would feed that report. So good. So this is on the EMU Lab. The program today is basically contributing to the debate on the Draghi report. I mean, that has put investment firmly on the policy agenda again. I think EIB, by the way, another institution that we have here around, has worked with Deborah a lot in the past year to provide, let's say, the analytical underpinning for investment. So, but Draghi report, in a sense, has brought it to a different level directly on the policy. But Draghi has provided many answers and triggered many questions. So we are going to discuss that also. That's why we wanted to have the title really going back to the fundamentals on the why, the what, and the how. So asking some really basic questions and trying to venture some possible answers. Maybe just before I introduce the agenda, maybe Danny would like to say a word on Bocconi Institute, just to.
I think I can be short. Everybody knows Bocconi University, but it has been known so far mostly for its academic excellence and not so much for policy work. And that is supposed to change now. Early last year, the university created this Institute for European Policymaking, which is now almost 1.5 years old. And we are trying to cover all aspects of European policy issues. So not just the economic one, but I stand for the economic side. That's the one I'm focusing on. Our current president is Catherine de Vries. And I think you can imagine what areas she will look at. But that's our main focus on work so far, and we are very happy to join forces with Marco, exactly because, as some of you know, we have different ideas, and we thought it would be very useful to come together and discuss these issues together in a small and informal setting. Thanks a lot.
Very good. I think we can go straight into the program. We have two panels. The first one I'm going to chair. The second one, I think Deborah will. So the idea of the two panels first is to be on the more positive perspective, and the second one more on the normative one. So we have basically three presentations, actually 4 presentations, with the first one generously divided into 2. Marcello and Deborah will make the first presentation, then Chiara, Daniel, and Ettore Dorrucci, I guess he's online, joining from Frankfurt. The rules of the game you have seen, 12 to 15 minutes per presentation to leave sufficient time for the debate. So, Marcello, you like to start?
Yeah. Many thanks, Martin. Many thanks for inviting me. And let me start by saying that this presentation is the result of a joint work with Marco, Deborah, Diego Villa, and myself. And the aim of this presentation is to assess one of the main points raised by Draghi's report, that is the poor performance of labor productivity in the European Union. You know very well that according to Draghi's report, one of the main determinants of this poor performance is due to a lack of investment, or better saying, a lack of innovative investment. And in a more implicit way, Draghi's report maintains that one of the reasons why we have a lack of innovative investments is due to a number of constraints, regulation, organization of the financial market, and so on. But our main point is, in an implicit way, Draghi states that innovative investments cannot be traditional investments cannot be directly replaced by innovative investments. Hence, in order to increase innovative investments, we need a huge amount of financing. So our idea is to try to check these statements, and I will refer on point 2, whereas Deborah.
No, it's okay. Do you want to show some slides?
Yeah. Where Deborah will refer to point 3. And let me try to state that we share Draghi's idea, and we will try to show you some descriptive empirical data in order to justify our position. And let me directly refer to this table. In a sense, we have an empirical point that apparently is in contradiction with Draghi's statement, and that is, if you refer to total investment, and in particular on the incidence of total investment on GDP, and if you compare the EU situation with the US situation in the first 20 years of the new century, it's quite easy to check that in all 4 different phases, the incidence of total investment is higher in the European Union than in the US. However, if you skip investment in construction and just refer to the so-called productive investments, it's possible to acknowledge that the opposite holds true. That is, the incidence of productive investment is higher in the United States than in the European Union. And this is true through time, that is, in each of the 4 different phases. But it's possible to also refer to different typologies of investment and to distinguish between investment in traditional technologies and investment in innovative technologies. And if you repeat the comparison between the European situation and the US situation in the
Yes.
Yes, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Here?
Okay, now it's better.
Yes, thank you. We can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. May you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we can. Thank you.
Okay. Let me go back to the first table. And in this table, it's quite apparent that investment in innovative technologies in the US are higher than in the European Union. It's sufficient to check the period, the phase 2016, 2019.
You need to mute yourselves online, please.
The funny part of the speeches was that he was acknowledging that, guys, I'm passed over, as in I'm 17 or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Does it work now?
Yes.
Okay, it's okay. So let me restart by pointing out that the incidence of innovative investments in the US is higher than the incidence in the European Union, and it's sufficient to refer to the third phase analyzed to grasp that the gap is a huge gap. More or less, the incidence in the United States is double of the incidence in the European Union. And it's possible to offer you immediate hints on this point by referring to this table. This table analyzes the difference in the investment rate in the EU and in the United States, distinguishing between different typologies of investment, total investment, construction, traditional technologies and innovative technologies, and the time reference is the same. That is the first 20 years of the new century. When the difference is positive, that is, investment rate is higher in Europe than in United States, you have a green color. When the difference is negative, a red color, and the intensity of the colors depends on the intensity of the gap. It's immediate to see that the huge gap refers to innovative investment, and in the United States we have in all the period, in all the phases, in all the years, innovative investments higher than in Europe. But let me stress that this also applies, even if the gap is not so huge, for traditional investments. In the last decade, more or less, also traditional investments are higher in the United States than in Europe. And this suggests that it's impossible to conceive that innovative investments immediately replace traditional investments, at least in the short term. In order to increase innovative investments, you should add new investment to the total. But this conclusion also applies within the European Union. And this table is my last table. We analyze different typologies of investments in 4 different phases. And we distinguish member states of the European Union in 4 different groups. Continental Europe, that is Germany, France, Austria, Belgium, Luxembourg, and so on. Eastern Europe, Mediterranean countries, and Nordic countries, that is Sweden, Norwegian, and Finland. It's easy to check that innovative investments are concentrated in Nordic countries and continental Europe. However, if you compare the two subsets, it's easy to check that in each of the four phases, innovative investments in the Nordic, the incidence of innovative investments in the Nordic countries is higher than the incidence in continental Europe. However, let me add that this also applies to traditional investments, even if the gap is lower. And my first conclusion is that also in this case, also within Europe, distinguishing between different subsets of countries, you can maintain that in the short term at least, innovative investments must be added to traditional investments so that you need additional financing to implement these, how do you say, attempt to overcome the poor performance in terms of labor productivity. Now, and this is the...
With, I go here? Yeah. So I just have a couple of slides, but so the first two are just showing in a visual matter something that Marcello just was presenting. This is the investment in innovative technologies over GDP by different subgroups of countries. And it comes out that there is a winner at the European level that are unsurprising the Nordic countries. And again, maybe it's worth repeating what the innovative technologies are, and there's a lot of ICT, R&D, software, and other IPP products. And I think a big chunk of the difference with the US is really the IPP products, but it's all the component of these innovative technologies. There is this country group differentiation, but in any case, also the Nordic countries show some remaining gap versus the US. So even the best part at the EU level is showing some gap versus the US. If we look at the traditional technologies, I think the message is more a neutral message. I think the fact that the Eastern countries are investing much more is also part of the normal catching up process of these countries. We have two slides that we added the last moment, so it's more on ideas for future work. We have two indicators that we are developing of financial market depth, one, and the second one of financial market size and integration. And they are coming from a number, you see actually they come from AFME, and it's a way for reaggregating the various indicators for having the change over time and the change, of course, by countries, and they give you the evolution of financial market depth, one, and the other one is a combine of market size and integration of the domestic market to international market. So how much capital markets get integrated and receive also international funding. And on the vertical axis, you see our previous variable that is this investment in innovative technologies over GDP. And you see all the countries. And I think the message that the last minute we put in is really that there may be a clear reason why our Nordic countries that are the most performing in terms of investment in innovative technologies, so in IPP, actually are also the countries that have more developed financial market out of the banking sector and more integrated financial market. So it can be a way for further analysis to link the saving and investment union concept. If we start from the fact that from the investment side, what we need is really the more innovative investment, intangibles, and on the financing side, we need the finance to finance this investment, and that's equity. The second thing that we had last moment, something coming from a survey data that we have at the European Investment Bank that ask firms if they receive subsidies or grants. And we reaggregated actually using the same definition that we have in what you see before, so by group of countries, but also the high-tech sectors are the same innovative sectors that we touched before, and the rest. What you see, and I find it very interesting, is also policy support, and that's only grants and subsidies, so it's not the tax credits, but you seem to have a virtuous performance of northern countries, if you want, where the incentive grants and subsidies are really going toward the high-tech sectors, the area where we wanted to see more investment for productivities, while in all the other areas, yes, there may be in some areas, Mediterranean, continental Europe, there is a little bit more going to the high-tech sector, but there is also a lot going to other sectors. So somehow, on the policy point of view, the message may be to be more targeted in terms of the support to investment and innovation. With that, I conclude, and we have a list of messages. I think, if I may super conclude, and then maybe you can add to that. I think the main message that we have is we have an investment gaps versus the US. The investment gaps is mostly in these innovative advanced sector technologies, and very much related to IPP, intangibles. And on the other side, there may be an explanation related to capital market development, capital market union, and equity market development, and the very strong importance of policy incentives, where grant and subsidies should be really targeted, and somehow they may not be as much targeted as you want to reallocate the resources. And of course, we have the big question mark, how we get to the 800 billion investments. So the message is, yes, there is an investment gap. Yes, we have to do something in terms of financing these gaps. I think there is a lot on capital market union, there is on targeted incentive, central fiscal capacity, and ways, institutional ways to provide European public goods.
Okay, thank you very much. Deborah and Marcello. No, let me add just one point, since I'm the co-author of this, just to make sure you understand what's behind the fourth bullet, EPGI, EPGS, which is actually comes from a paper by Marcello and myself. So what we define there, actually published, is another joint venture. So it will be published with Daniel's Institute working paper. So there is European public goods on the innovative type, and European public goods of the solidarity type. So in terms of political institutional feasibility, the argument in that paper is that if you want to go on the EPGI, so meaning if you want to, in a sense, fill the gap for the part at the European level, in order to make it politically feasible, you should take into account not only what we have discussed here, the innovative technology, but also since they may be somewhat disruptive, also taking into account the equity in the sense of fairness considerations. Now, and the other thing you may have seen that when we present the time series, we divided the time in sub periods. And you can spot there, basically, we have put the vertical line around the crisis moment or end of the crisis. So first 10 years of EMU, then you had the Lehman Brothers and the initial global financial crisis. Then we put around mid 2000, the end of that, and then the COVID. We are still collecting the data to have more complete evidence, especially on the US for the very final years, because the data were not fully comparable at the time. Okay, so this is our presentation. Now we switch to Chiara. Let's see if we can find the presentation. Right, great. Okay, Chiara, thank you very much. You have the floor.
So I'm now at IFC, only from the OECD, so and nothing that I say reflect anyone else's views except my own. So let me do this disclaimer. What I try to do, I think, is quite complementary to what Marcello and Deborah presented. And I try to answer the question, why do we care about investment? Taking, I think, you know, the Draghi perspective of trying to compare the situation in Europe with the situation in the US. And while I was thinking of what to present here, there was a super nice article by Martin Wolf in the FT a few days ago, showing sort of the trade-offs between having the US being a very high growth, high innovation, high inequality country vis-a-vis the situation in Europe where we have low growth, low innovation, low inequality. And I think to me that very much related to one of the statements in the Draghi report. And what I thought was quite interesting it actually a graph that comes from IMF data that shows that basically even when you compare Switzerland, that we think, you know, it's sort of a rich country, Sweden, who is one of the outperformers in the European Union, etc., you really see that the US has been succeeding at keeping everyone else behind, no matter where you look. And then you have countries like Italy, where you really see the gap having increased to a large extent, while countries like South Korea are now at least have caught up with the US. So let me then take a bit of a broader view of this sort of immediate, very negative checkup and say, okay, why do we care about investment? And, you know, what do we see when we compare the US with Europe? And I think we have seen some common trends. We have seen a slowdown in productivity in the last, I would say now almost 30 years. But as I'm going to show you, the slowdown is much smaller in the US. We have also seen a productivity divergence. And here you see that in the US, the frontier, and I'm going to show you a figure that I produced a few years ago, but I think it's irrelevant. You see really that the US has moved up. We have seen declining business dynamism, and I think here the role of venture capital investment, not only for entry, but also for scaling up, and the difference in the paradigm between Europe and the US is quite significant. And then I want to make one point, and if I have time, I'll get back to this. I think one of the debates that started with the Letta report already, but then with the Draghi report, was the fact that in Europe we need to consolidate. And that's where I feel a bit less comfortable to say, yes, let's go for it, because if anything, when we look at concentration trends, we see that, yes, this is happening more in the US, but it's actually happening quite significantly so in Europe as well. And we also see that there isn't sort of a churning at the top. So we are not seeing a competition for the market, neither in the market. So we have to be a bit careful when we talk about relaxing M&A and sort of antitrust rules in Europe. Similarly, we also see a rise in markups, especially at the top. And this is, again, true both in the US and in Europe. And this is particularly true in digital sectors. I started some work, and I think that's also relevant to what I'm going to show you today. We also see a decline in radicalness of innovation. And this is true both in the US and also in Europe.
How do you define radical?
So we look at patents and we relied on a definition based on the combination of citations in the patents. I mean, it's sort of something that has been used in the literature of patents in the past. If I have time, I'll show you some figures, but this is very much very, very early stage. So one thing that I'm going to show you as well is really that the US superstars are actually much larger and they also have higher markups. And then I'm going to show you a bit more about productivity divergence, as I mentioned. Now, one thing I want to mention, and I think is also important, that relative to Europe, the recovery in the US, especially when we think about startups, has been much faster and much larger than in Europe. So again, showing that when we think about resilience, the US is in a much better position than Europe. And then, and I'm not going to discuss this, but while in Europe we are talking about consolidation, increasing markup, at least with the current administration, I'm not talking about what's going to happen next, we have seen a big change in terms of supporting targeted support in industrial policy, but also an increase in sort of scrutiny and antitrust. So this is something that, as you know, might change. What I'm going to focus on is very much about the gaps, productivity growth, R&D, IT, but also, and let me mention this, I want to focus on AI, because I think there has been a big debate on green and how well Europe is doing in green technologies. You know, we still, you know, I think the rhetoric here is that Europe still holds a strategic advantage in green technologies. I've heard a bit less about being concerned that we are really missing on everything that is related to AI. So I wanted to show you some of these, comparing what's going on in patents versus what's going on in publication and where I think we have a problem in Europe. So labor productivity, and this very much relates to what Marcello and Deborah presented. What you see, it's the very, and I realize that maybe those of you who are daltonic don't see this, so let me go line by line. The top line, the one that performs much better, is the US. And then we look at the Euro area, which is here. And then we look at France, Germany, Italy, which is doing as usual very badly, Spain, which was starting from a very low level and sort of has improved over time. So there is a catch up there. When we look at the competition to growth in GDP per hours worked from both TFP and capital per hours worked, what we see is that really Europe has seen a much stronger slowdown in both contribution relative to the US. Now, what happens when we look beyond the aggregate and we try to look at this more micro level? We try to distinguish, and I'm not focusing here on the role of reallocation, but just at the performance at the top and the rest. And here you really see the global frontiers, mainly the US, but you see that Europe hasn't really managed to catch up. And if anything, in the last years, we see a slowdown relative to the global frontiers. And so, you know, the problem is not just about the diffusion, and here I focus very much on digital. It's not just about the diffusion, but it's very much about what's happening at the frontier. Europe hasn't really managed to keep up, and I'm going to show you also in terms of AI, relative to the US and others, we are still there, and if anything, we are being squeezed between the US and China. On IT, and again, I want to make this point very clear, we are sort of losing ground vis-a-vis the US. This is the top line. And then whether I look at different countries, this comes from ECB data. We see that Italy is flat. Spain has been catching up, but the others are still not there. And I can look at it, distinguish between ICT hardware and software. And again, you see very much since the beginning of the 2000s, the US has been increasing its investment. So the trends are very much about accelerating ICT investment, both in terms of hardware and software and databases. And with the small exception of France, everyone else has been really lagging behind. And the gap has become really an increase, which is almost fivefold and in some cases even tenfold when you think at countries like Italy. And even in France, the gap hasn't really been closing because the increase in the US has actually been threefold, and in France it's just doubled. So this is, sorry, I didn't put it, this is per person. This is investment in, what was it? Sorry, I need to think about it, but I think it's investment in thousands per person. So that's how it is. Yeah, and it's actually everything in 2015 US dollars. Sorry, I should have said this at the beginning. Thank you. Now, this is about what I would call tangible and intangible IT investment. And what am I doing? Okay. Okay, sorry. Let me, while I talk, maybe. Sorry for those online, we have a problem with the IT, talking of IT. I should have sent, I actually sent the PDF to avoid that PPT would crash, and then I crashed this. So let me say that the figure doesn't change very much, whether you look at other types of investment, be it R&D, be it organizational capital, and I, don't worry, let's, okay. Okay, great. And so this is exactly what I wanted to show you, using sort of the standard Corrado, Halten, and Sickel methodology and relying on EU claims data mainly. We see that the gap has been existing, whether I look at the total intangible assets across countries, but also whether I look at intellectual property organization, where Europe is doing slightly better is training, but I think it's not enough to give a nice picture. Now, the point I wanted to make with this graph, you already saw that we are lagging behind the US. Now, I think the bad news as well is that China, that I think we have relied upon and we have seen as a laggard, has actually leapfrogged, not the US, but Europe. And this is really, I think, showing that the EU has to worry about a new competitor in town. And I will show you that there are others when I think in terms of relative size. So on patents, this is again where China has been catching up. The US was at the top and remain at the top. And here is where the EU is not doing as bad as we thought, because I mean, it's keeping up. But I mean, clearly these patents are not really translating into productivity improvements, or so either they're there dormant, they're used, and I will show you that we are doing very well in terms of publication, but we are not really doing very much. One point I want to make, and this is the one that I love this figure and I use it all the time, because I think this is where Europe is really not to be seen, and sort of I call it the Europe Davids. We have few SAP and few others, Revolut, Spotify and so on, but really the big players when we think about digital platform is very much the US and China and not much else. So this is something that I think in the Draghi report was also present, and I think that's where the link with AI and the future of AI is particularly important, because that's where I think the strategic autonomy and it's something that we need to worry about, because we rely on these other countries' technology, and we use them as also gatekeepers for our firms in Europe. So this is a question. I don't have an answer of what the right policy is, but I think we should think why we don't have these big players in Europe and what can be done, but also what are the risks. And here I think the work of competition, they've been very criticized and things could have been better, but I think it's important to monitor and regulate these big players in the European market. So let me close, because I know we have wasted also a bit of time. I wanted to focus on AI because, I mean, we know that the AI, I think, is the new, I would say, general purpose technology and can bring a lot of advantages, but also a lot of risks. Where is Europe here? And I think when we look at patents, Europe lags significantly behind China and the US. You know, you know, I'm looking again at Europe as a whole. When you go within countries, within sort of member countries, the figure is even worse. Where we are doing, I would say, surprisingly well, at least for me, was on publication. So again, we have a research base that is strong, but we don't manage to translate it into sort of applicable, I would say, technologies in the firms. And so this is something that maybe Europe should spend a bit more time thinking about, how we translate our publication strength into more usable technology by firm. Let me also show you another one, because that's a comment I always got. Okay, you know, China and the US are big giant, you know, even when we compare relative to size, Europe is further behind other countries, be it Israel, being Singapore, being Canada and Australia and so on. So this, I wanted to put it on here. You see, European Union is very low, both in terms of patent and doesn't do as well when I think in terms of publications per capita. I don't know if I have an extra time, but I want to make one point if I can. I had left it on backup because I wasn't sure on timing. I want to stress the fact that Europe is not doing as well as we think, and perhaps as Philippon was kind of pushing a few years ago in terms of concentration. We have done a lot of work when I was at the OECD on this. We have controlled for trade, for sort of connections within Europe, and I can go on going 3-digit and so on. Concentration has been increasing in Europe in both manufacturing and non-financial services, and it's not only, this is the figure for the US, but you know, Europe is not further behind in terms of concentration. And so I don't see too much the need of consolidation. I do see the need for harmonization of regulation, but not no concentration. And I want to stress as well that, you know, what we see in Europe, what we see in the US in this figure, i.e. entrenchment at the top, we also see in Europe. We just published with European Union a report that looks into all these dynamics at the top across European industries, and the message is not great. Whether you look at product concentration and industry concentration, you really see an increase in both concentration and entrenchment. So I want to stress this, you know, keeping a level playing field, especially at a moment where there is a lot of targeting via industrial policy, via policies that try to help firms with the green transition. We need to keep a level playing field there. Okay, so this is what I wanted to show you, especially in intangible intensive sectors. We have seen an increase in concentration. I stop here, but I mean, we can go on, and I mean, I can also show you what's going on the startup side, where the recovery after COVID hasn't been great in Europe and has been much stronger in the US, especially if you think at digital intensive sector, even like online retailing, where with the exception of Netherlands and maybe the UK, we haven't really seen a pickup as one would have expected, you know, after the digital adoption during COVID. And I'll stop, but we can talk about it.
Excellent, thank you very much, Chiara. We'll discuss this later, and some of the points it's a good bridge to the discussion in the second part also. Daniel.
Thank you. The advantage of coming late is that you can refer to what was said previously, and you also have then to adjust your own presentation. And what I'm seeing is emerging a consensus on the narrative that it's not the quantity of investment that matters for Europe, but the sectoral distribution. And I think both you, Chiara, and Marcello beforehand provided some very good illustration. So I don't want to belabor that point. And there are, however, a couple of things which are a bit bubbling up under the surface. One is this question which Marcello raised is there any way one can argue that we need one on top of the other? Where I think that is very difficult to sustain that argument. And the second point is this continuing ambiguity about the really high growth generating investment is private investment, but somehow we need more public. It's just somehow that somehow interweaves a little bit to come up in the end, just so that you have a reason to say we need more European public investment. I think these are the issues which are bubbling below the surface, and then lead to different policy prescription. But I think the underlying concern, which I see pretty much shared, is that what matters is the productivity of investment and let's say the effectiveness, which many people have equated with the sectoral distribution, which to some extent I would agree with, but perhaps later we can also look at this at the macroeconomic level. I don't think it's useful to belabor the Draghi report with its 800 billion because it's not quite clear who does this 800 billion, how you get it, right? How you get 100 billion more in innovative investment in the private sector. That is, yes, we would like to have it, but how do we get it? And we'll say a few words about that. And then there is this Draghi thing that what matters is the investment gap in terms of overall investment except construction. Somehow construction is not productive. Okay, then we shouldn't be undertaking it, I think, right? But okay, anyway, let's take that measure. And what I wanted to show you is, okay, sorry. Yeah. Yes, I was, yeah, thanks a lot. Sorry, I hadn't realized this. So what I show you here is this Draghi measure of gross fixed capital formation minus construction. So construction is useless. And you see the gap that he has. Excuse me? Yeah. Now I think it's entire construction. Yeah. Anyway, so you have this gap, and then you have the green line on top, which is Japan. Right? And basically what Draghi would like to have us do is to jump up by 4 percentage points from the blue over the orange to the green line, to the Japanese level. So we have to, I think, before we make that jump, right, this is the solution to our problems, we have to think hard about what do we want to reach, right? How do we measure success? I repeat, investment is an input, right? And we want to get the output. Sorry, if you could go down, yeah. So, and that, what I say here already has been said, so I think I can jump over that. The next slide, that is also already done. That has also been done. And here I wanted to just come back to this composition of investment. Here I'm taking what's machinery and equipment, which is CapEx, by the largest, most R&D intensive corporations. The Draghi report, and I think you also, Marcello, showed that in the traditional measures of investment, Europe, US are more or less the same. And here I show you more or less the same thing. If you take the two left-hand bars, you see that the total amount of investment of US-based and EU-based corporations is similar, right? As a share of GDP, it's almost exactly the same, right? But what you see is the composition in different sectors is very, very different, right? In the, nobody can call them low-tech sectors, but they have to be called others. In the top, Europe actually invests much more in total amounts than what we call these middle tech sectors, especially automotive and others. Again, European companies invest much more than the United States. And then when you go down, you see the difference. I don't know how good your eyes are. If you go here, see this top one here. This is CapEx by European software companies, right? Which is 1 billion. The US number is 100 billion. just to give you an example, you talked about software. So there we are talking basically about the total absence of European common, but that's the hardware part, the CapEx. So on CapEx overall, but you get again the composition story that we had earlier. And then if we go down 2 slides, then the big difference, as Draghi says, and as Marcello said, and everybody else, is in the energy, it's in the research-intensive sectors and in research and development overall. And here, this is one of the key slides of our mid-tech trap report. And you can see here a similar sectoral distribution or difference in distribution as in the previous one on CapEx. Just that here also the total amounts are very different, right? Total amounts. And I have the impression that many people are saying, if we could only increase this one here, more R&D in Europe, right? I say nice, but which part, right? And how would that come about? Everybody would like Europe to increase the blue part, but how do you get European enterprise to do that? That is the key issue, I think, providing them with cheap credit, right? And so that's the question. I think there I very much share you and others that we have to have more availability of equity, but whether then the
Japan, you emphasize, Japan doesn't behave that way.
That's what I'm saying is, in Japan, the ratio to GDP is higher than in Europe, higher than the US, or about the same, right? But the composition is like in Europe.
It's also about position. We looked into that data as well. And look at the market cap of European, if you look at the market cap of those 2,500 European top companies, you will find that the amount of R&D expenses is proportional to the market cap, simply showing that there is no scale in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite clear, but that's just the fact. Sorry, and then the question is, can we actually break into a market where there are large economies of scale? By the way, in high tech, the ratio of R&D expenditure to sales is about 15 to 20% all over the world. In Europe, it's not lower than the US. In mid-tech, in cars, the ratio of R&D expenditure to sales is around 5%. In Europe, in the US, in Japan, almost everywhere. So the industries behave very similarly across continents. It's just that our high tech, particular software sector, is very small because there are economies of scale and barriers to entry once you have achieved the scale. So the question is, if we provide more capital to our European enterprise, will they go into field where there are these huge obstacles? Unlikely. But let me say one thing else, which is if you take the rest of the world, small countries, no internal market, no capital markets union, and in terms of composition, they're doing much better. So I think the examples of Japan and of the rest of the world, the smaller countries, should give us pause for thought and saying is, we need the capital markets union, right? We need a bigger internal market. Sorry, I should. Okay, yes, I had forgotten, sorry. Yeah, so I think these macro examples should give us pause for thought when we are saying that we need internal market and the capital markets union, right? We can have it. I think it came also.
This is you have already expressing billion euros.
So yeah, billion. Yes.
I mean, it's nominal terms. You are talking about areas of completely different.
Yes, but
size, no?
Yeah, but you can see within here, you can see the distribution within these smaller countries. The relative distribution is quite clear. The blue one is much larger than the red one.
Is this a collection of smaller countries or is that India?
That is rest of the world. India is not actually in there.
No?
No, India is
so
nowhere.
So who's in there? Who's drugs?
This is everything rest: Israel, Switzerland, Norway, UK, Canada, Australia, basically rest of OECD. Right? But that's the rest of the world, just a complement to this. India doesn't really count. India's nowhere. Right? So what I'm saying is this year is mainly a collection of small countries. And in these small countries, you have a different, you have pretty high relative to the, you have a very different relative distribution than you have in Europe or in Japan. And I think these two examples should really give us pause for thought in terms of what we think will make the difference. So what I wanted to also to look at is actually, as I said earlier, the productivity of investment. And here, what we have done is just to look at the macroeconomic return on investment by taking the investment rate over the last 5 years compared to the growth rate, real growth rate over the next 5 years. Right? So if discuss more investment effort, create more growth. And there you can see that there is a constant difference between the US and Europe, right? Which goes back to what Marcello and others here have illustrated, that a lot of our investment is in, let's say, medium or low-tech industries or sectors where the yield apparently or the return on investment is much lower. And I think that is behind the growth differential. And again, comes back, what is needed? More investment or a different kind of investment that has a higher return? And I think we always come back to this question here. And let me finish here. This is, I think, the pervasive question we are trying to answer is, can we incentivize more investment? Maybe yes, through subsidies. Can we make sure that this goes into high return sectors? How? And I think the only firm point on which I agree with Marcello is that maybe if you had better functioning equity capital markets, then there would be more room, at least for expansion of high-risk firms or high-risk projects. But that is only something that we can, if you want to hope for, we cannot really direct. And subsidized loans, which are one of the key issues mentioned in the Draghi report, I don't think is the way to go. It applies also to the programs like InvestEU to provide every lower interest rates, let's say 2.4% instead of 2.5, means that we get even more low risk, low yield investment, and the gap will only grow larger. And that is, I think, we really have to rethink what we want to do if we want to get these new industries going. And we have probably to abandon a lot of the stuff we are doing so far.
Okay, thank you very much. We also thank Chiara for having looked after Daniel for the presentation. So you went the extra mile. Okay, I think we have Ettore Dorrucci, who hopefully can hear us and share his slides, either himself or we do it here.
Maybe we can make him co-host. If you want, you can share your screen or.
Yes, I can try.
Please do. Try the.
Now it says it can't share. I try again. Maybe in the meantime. Yes, now I can. Can you see it?
Yes.
Put it in full modus.
Okay.
Okay, you can hear me and see the slides. Excellent. So good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to contribute to this panel with the same disclaimer as Chiara. So let me start my presentation, my reflection.
I think, 1 second, I think you're sharing the desktop and not the presentation, because we'd only see your screensaver. Yeah, we like it. We see the 20 euro screensaver.
Okay, let me see. Because on my
maybe can you try?
Yeah, I think you're sharing the other screen. You're not sharing the screen that.
I do stop sharing. Okay.
Yeah, and then you do share window, and then you go to the PowerPoint or PDF.
Okay, sorry.
The other screen was your bank account.
This is really strange because so I end the slideshow.
Yes.
Okay, and let me see whether I move this here. Can you now see it?
No, you're not sharing the screen now.
You're not sharing yet.
Yeah. Okay.
We can.
It should be share. It should be. You should have something called share application windows. Do you have that?
Share. Sorry, I'm not used to using Zoom.
I show you 1 second, Ettore.
Yes. Yeah.
So we do. No, I cannot show you because then.
I mean, but maybe we can share.
We can share for you, and then you tell me next slide.
Yeah.
I'm sitting next to the screen, so it's easy.
Okay.
CMU? No.
No, this is Laura. Yeah.
Investment?
One of these three.
This one.
No.
Geraldine? No. Is that the one? No.
No. And then this.
Apologies. Because they have the same name.
Yeah. No, it's also Geraldine.
So she sent it. Agenda. What's the name of the file? Sorry.
There is my name written.
Then.
Okay. Why don't we try again? So if you go into share.
Yes, share screen, no?
No, share screen. You have another thing called share application windows.
Right below.
No, but this is us. Sorry, this is.
And you see the multiple programs that you have open, then click on your presentation.
Are you sure you don't have this presentation? Otherwise, it's easier that we share. Yeah, I know. Can you send us the slide and then I'll share for you? I don't mind.
Yeah, I had already sent them. Let me. Okay.
Otherwise, can you move the slides to your screen? Do you have two screens, Ettore?
Yes.
Okay, move the slides to the other screen.
Yes, I did.
Okay, and now let's try to share screen and let's see if that works. You have the slides?
Just a second, I call my assistant.
No, but I have them.
But we need to get the.
I don't know what to.
It's very strange that you cannot share the slides.
So,
Okay. Let's try.
Can you see now? Hello?
No, you're not sharing now.
No, okay. Yeah, but then you need to share function, right? Okay.
E come si fa? Do you know how to do this here? Okay, let's connect. A second.
Can you see now?
Maybe see if,
io ma non so come funziona il comando voce.
Questa dovrebbe essere una traditional technology, no? In cui abbiamo investito. It should be, okay, that's not the software. Software we put in the innovative.
Secondo.
Sharing the screen is the innovative technology. I think we have to review the definition.
Vediamo di un attimo, stiamo cercando di recuperare la presentazione.
Sì.
Un attimino vediamo se possiamo fare noi lo screen sharing, che non lo so.
Sì, sì, yes.
Secondino,
I had sent it to the team.
Ce l'abbiamo, ce l'abbiamo.
No, non è questo.
Okay.
Questa.
Mi deve ancora arrivare.
Ettore non ce l'ha.
No, me lo sto inviando.
Vedi se crash qualche cosa. Eccola.
Abbiamo la presentazione.
Abbiamo. Ok, perfetto. Il trucco è aprila da lì che...
Ma è PowerPoint.
Mi sembra come il fassino, ma se abbiamo una
parte. Ora te lo faccio io.
Grazie.
Abbiamo fatto.
Ok.
La prima. Perfetto. Okay.
Great. If you can put it in full, perfect. Okay, here we are. I'm sorry, I had sent, made.
Okay, you have about 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, sorry. I had made a test with.
Slide, please.
I had made a test with Adrian and was working perfectly, but anyway. Next slide, please. Then. Let me start my reflection from the what question. So what strategic investment, but now in the way it is defined in the Draghi report, which is a peculiar way, I would say, which is say more normative than positive in nature. And I will explain in a second why. So at ECB, we have tried to estimate these additional strategic investment needs, not with a positive approach, but with a normative approach. And these are estimates for the European Union per year compared with historical averages. So what is additional compared with historical averages. And we have published these estimates in an ECB blog at the end of June. So what is interesting to note is that these estimates are in the same ballpark as those identified in the Draghi report, as you can see. And as you can see in this chart, these are differences. There are some differences in the composition. But the overall order of magnitude is the same. So is this famous or infamous between 750 and 800 billion per year or 5.5% of EU GDP? Now, this is not by coincidence. The estimates with this approach are based both in the Draghi report and in our blog on policy objectives as identified in the documents of the Commission. For instance, meeting the decarbonization target under the Green Deal by 2030, or the well-known NATO commitment of 2% of GDP for defense expenditure. Therefore, the estimates in the Draghi report are not based on some positive measure, but on policy objectives. And this also means that estimates of this kind are surrounded by high uncertainty, because some of these policy objectives may change over time, for instance, in response to political or geopolitical developments. In the previous example I just given, the Green Deal could be watered down, or the NATO commitment could be increased to, say, 3% of GDP. And in this case, the estimates would change as well. Now, moving to the next slide, despite this uncertainty, there is no doubt that a very high level of strategic investment needs is there. And I think the previous presentations have shown that very clearly in positive terms. And this in a context where I think Mario Draghi in his report on other speeches has clearly provided the rationale. The approach in the Draghi report is that of, say, putting together a strategic vision with a lot of down-to-earth pragmatism. So, and the need for a vision moves from the acknowledge that there is no silver bullet to fix the problem, but rather a holistic approach whereby private and public investment and EU level and national initiatives become strictly interdependent and complement each other. And this is shown in this table. And in particular, a key point I would say in the report is that the size of public funding or investment, so the column on the right, and therefore the burden on public finance will be the lower, the more successful are the initiatives outlined in the left column, namely the initiatives to better channel domestic investment in the EU to productive private domestic investment. And over the longer run, the more successful are the initiatives aiming at increasing productivity in the Union. You may remember that the Draghi report estimates that within a 10-year horizon, a 2% increase in TFP would be sufficient to cover up to 1/3 of the fiscal spending required to fund strategic investment. Let me now focus in the next slide on the public investment leg in this holistic approach. Now, I will focus on the 7-year period that runs from 2025 to 2031 to reflect the recent reform of the EU economic and fiscal governance. I'm the head of the Fiscal Policies Division at ECB, and this envisages the adoption by member states of fiscal structural plans that can last from 4 to 7 years, and therefore this explains the choice of the period 25-31. So if we cumulate for these 7 years the average annual additional investment needs that I've shown in my first slide, we get 5.4 trillion over the whole period. And these estimates include both public and private investment. Now, based on the historical averages of public investment in each subset of investment categories, we can estimate that while the lion's share would, of course, have to be borne by the private sector, and these are the blue bars, 1.3 trillion, based on this back of the envelope exercise, would have to be funded by public sources, either at the EU or at the national level. And we can roughly estimate that about 400 billion, which are the yellow bars, may be expected to come already from existing EU resources. And again, this estimate is based on the EU budget, which here we assume to be extended beyond 27 and to remain constant, is based on the Recovery and Resilience Facility until 26. It is based on the funding of reinvestment by the EIB as reported on its website, and on all the other EU funding initiatives such as InvestEU. Now, based on this back of the envelope estimate, there would be about 900 billion still to be funded in the whole Union in the period 25-31, and these are the red bars. So how may this happen? The main avenue shown in the Draghi report would be to increase the share of privately funded investment along with productivity, and hence the need for the initiatives boosting private investment that were listed in my previous slide. But then there are many other avenues on the public side. Some of them were also recalled in my previous slide, but let me here focus and move to conclusion on just two of them. Next slide, please. So one avenue would be reprioritizing the EU budget toward a strategic investment. This is mentioned in the REG report, but the report doesn't then take position on the future of the most significant components in the EU budget, for instance, the agriculture and the cohesion funds. What the report does is only suggesting to simplify and streamline the budgetary structure of the EU budget and its rules. And this, for instance, by decreasing the number of funding programs or enhancing budgetary flexibility in the reallocation of resources. Still, addressing this issue of reprioritization is key, as currently the share of the EU budget which is allocated to the priorities identified in the REG report is quite small. And you can see this in this table. In 2022, the EU programs which some way can be labeled as a strategic investment and that were included in the EU budget accounted for only 8.5% of the total budget, which, as you can see, is equivalent to only 0.13% of EU GDP. Next, please. Now, another avenue, and this especially in a context such as the current one, where fiscal space is, as you know, very limited, would be to make the best use possible of the new EU fiscal governance, which lays more emphasis than in the past on an integrated policy approach that tries to combine fiscal adjustment needs with productivity enhancing investments and reforms. And in particular, there are two new fiscal rules that go in that direction. The first one, during the fiscal adjustment phase that will start next year in 25, the member states have been allowed to take more time, 7 years instead of 4 years, to implement their fiscal adjustment plans and put their debt trajectories on plausibly declining paths. But this only provided that they are able to implement investment and reform plans that increase potential output and thus improve their sustainability. So in principle, this extension would have the potential to unlock a lot of funding for investment. But evidence available from the medium-term fiscal structural plans that have been submitted to the Commission already by 22 member states so far shows that governments are hardly using the margins offered by the new rules to raise strategic investment. And this either because they prefer to opt for 4-year adjustment plans, or when they opt for 7-year plans, which is so far the case with only 5 member states, they tend to focus on revenue-enhancing structural reforms rather than new and nationally financed strategic investment. The second possible fiscal avenue is that once the fiscal adjustment phase will be over, member states will be allowed to keep structural deficit at 1.5% of GDP, which would in principle give about 1 percentage point more fiscal space for public investment than under the previous SGP rules. But however, the jury is still very much out whether this fiscal space will be used for additional investment. And let me now move to my last slide. So you can see that it will not be easy at all to strike a proper balance between investment needs and fiscal space. And in this context, it will be even more important to make full and the best use possible of the available NGU funds. And this final chart shows that the next 2 years of the program, which, as you know, is set to expire in 26, will be crucial. The chart focuses on the path of NGO expenditure in the euro area. And so for each year, the shadow bars on the right for each year indicate the NGO-funded expenditure as was planned in the original recovery and resilience plans of the euro area member states. And so you can see that in the original plans, this expenditure should have peaked around 22, 24, and then decrease in 25, 26. On the other hand, the bars on the left for each year indicate the latest Eurosystem estimates of the actual profile of NGO-funded expenditure until 24. And so as you can see, in 21-23, the expenditure was significantly lower than envisaged in the initial plans, whereas you can see that in 24 is roughly the same. Looking forward, and as this chart suggests, in 25 and 26, there should then be a surge in expenditure if we want all the backloaded NGO funds to be fully absorbed. So will this be the case? Well, of course, to say the least, the jury is out. The good news, and I conclude, is that when we look at the composition of such expenditure, around 70% of it is expected to be government capital spending, either in the form of direct government investment, and these are the yellow bars, or in the form of capital transfers to the private sector, and these are the red bars. And as these are the expenditure items with the highest fiscal multipliers, from this perspective, there are some reasons to believe that the potential for higher GDP gains in the years to come may be partly there. But if you want to learn more about our estimates, please have a look at the ECB occasional paper number 362, which has been just published. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Actually, okay, sorry for the troubles at the very beginning, but I think we have come to the end of the presentations for this first panel. So we have about 20 minutes for question and answer. So I would encourage you to actually take the floor, and comments and questions welcome to all contributors. Yeah, okay, please, Laura and then Carlo. Okay, just.
No, thanks a lot for the extremely insightful presentations. Actually, I would have a couple of clarification questions. Perhaps the first, indeed, to Deborah, Marcello, the first contribution, because indeed you mentioned, and rightly so, no, that the North European countries are the ones that show the highest level of investments into the tech sector. We are also looking at microdata, and indeed we find that for Sweden and the Netherlands, for example, when you look at the market cap for GDP and you divide it by sector, well, tech investments there is definitely much higher than in other countries. And then we ask a bit ourselves the question, okay, but why, no? I mean, definitely there are different investment attitudes, but another factor that we considered, or I would like to have your views here, is also that those are two countries where the pension system is very different. I mean, most pensions here in Pillar 2 and Pillar 3, and there are no pay-to-go systems, so it's everything is in the market. Could this be, and those are like the only two countries that indeed show this behavior. Do you think that this is also one of the reasons behind these different, let's say, push for investments in tech? And if so, I mean, can we make one step further and say, okay, perhaps we need to also rethink a little bit how the pension systems in European countries can be developed? And then another point, sorry for you, Chiara, because indeed you hinted at it at the very end, but rushing because it was in the background. But I think it's super important, and also talks a bit to what Daniel said, that we have a bit of an issue of scale when it comes to companies and company sizes in Europe. And when you talk to the private sector, and here I just want to play advocate's role, the devil's advocate's role. I mean, they say, well, it's because you have too much competition regulation. So if you want to create scale in Europe and be able to be competitive with the US industrial sector, then you need to ease competition. I'm not asking if you agree because I think I know, but the answer, but what can we reply, you know, and what could be indeed our recipe in Europe to try to be competitive versus the US, but without indeed going into this deregulatory agenda? Thanks.
No, one is, thank you also on my side for all the excellent contributions. One is very much a follow-up question related to what Laura was asking to Chiara. And it's about, you correctly pointed out that there's been this decline in dynamism on the US economy, you know, the 10 factors of Ufuk and wife. So still we have in the data over the last couple of years, a powerful acceleration in the in the US productivity. So I was wondering if you have a sense for that, i.e. whether this is driven by the AI revolution, the sort of computer showing up in the statistics type of argument story, or whether there has been a change. I think you mentioned the fact that you have, after the pandemic, there is room for startups, so the dynamism might have resumed, which pairs to what Laura was asking about the competitive environment in the US. And that's one question. The other one is, I haven't got exactly the numbers, so I was trying to make a comparison between Daniel's and Chiara presentation about the software spending, so what you call Chiara intangibles, because it seems in some of your statistics that the per capita figure in the EU is higher than the US, but then again, back to Daniel, it looks like that the absolute amount is definitely very, very small, but I couldn't reconcile. Okay. So, okay, sorry. Okay, so I couldn't reconcile the two figures overall. Okay, thanks.
Okay, we have go to Martin and then Helge. And then we have first round reactions, then we take another round.
Thank you very much for this really great presentations. I have a comment and a question on I think on the why in the title of today's event. When you started off the presentation, you said that the overall share of investment is more or less the same, or has been more or less the same in Europe and in the US, but there is a problem of composition. Now, since originally, a long time ago, I come from growth theory, I opened the Ameco database and look at the capital to labor ratio, because what should matter, at least theoretically, is capital to labor. And there, yes, indeed, the US is well in advance, but not Japan. Japan is close to at least to the data that the Commission is using, is close to Europe, in spite of this very high investment share. So I was wondering, maybe I've missed some episodes of this whole debate, whether in the narrative this is also being discussed. I quickly used AI to look in the Draghi report for capital labor ratio. I didn't find anything. Maybe it's subsumed in productivity, but I wonder whether.
Can you say it again? Say it again. What is the the comparison between Europe and the US on capital labor ratio?
Capital labor ratio in the US is much higher. Yes, and it is in Japan. It's I have the number here. It's so this is in relative terms. Europe is 100. Sorry, the EU the euro area is at the level of Japan. So the EU 27 is 100 and the US is 114. So I was wondering whether these kind of numbers would help to sort of to substantiate the why in this debate. Thank you.
I asked again because I think in past discussion with Daniel, but I may be mistaken. I think you were actually saying the opposite, no, on capital liberation. But okay, maybe we take it later. So, but okay, that's a good point.
But
it came from
that result was investment over GDP. So maybe there is a higher depreciation rate in Japan. But it's just when I saw these things and then looked at America, I thought, look, it looks interesting.
Helge.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm hiding behind the screen from where you sit. You know, so super discussion. I like the way Daniel sort of summarized it as you just did the same. We seem to be broadly in agreement that there's enough investment in Europe. That's not surprising because we have enough savings and we have a current account surplus. And it may even be that private investment is not so far off from what the global frontier does, but the composition is off. So I think that's a nice way of summarizing this, especially because it keeps the focus on private investment, at least in the first attempt. But then the question is why? And let me you know, be provocative and say there seem to be two hypotheses out. One is scale, and the other one is financing constraints. So Laura's intervention just now sort of seems to be pointing towards a financing issue. I guess you need home bias for your argument. And if you have home bias and Nordic savers put their money in Nordic saving accounts, that money goes into Nordic country entrepreneurs and you know, they get cheap equity. So that's one way of explaining it. The alternative is to say, well, Europe as a single market is failing its firms and it's much more difficult to sell goods and services, to move factors across boundaries in Europe than in the US. That would have the nice feature that we would have an answer to our question why investment is going sort of in the wrong places that is anchored in private sector incentives, right? And also, you know, doing something about it would be cost-free. All we need to do is say no to all these vested interests and harmonize regulation. Here we go. So I just wonder, where do you come down on this question? And you know, my sympathies are a little bit on the single market side, which I reveal more about in the next panel. But you know, let us know. Please share where you come out. Thanks.
I think we, in the light of the, you know, we have several responses. We don't have time for another round, but so we take the rest of the questions now, and then the panelists will reply. Umberto.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to slightly follow up on the point that Daniel was making in terms of the how. And so the quality of investment rather than just the quantity. And just to take a step back, I mean, we have been trying in Europe for about a decade to facilitate investment. We had the Juncker plan, then we had InvestEU, then we have national promotion banks that invest at country level, which have significantly ramped up their operations, and yet a decade later we are at the point where we are. So I'm wondering if it's worth to take a deeper look in taking stock of what are the things that haven't worked so far in this respect, in terms of where we're using the wrong financial instruments, where we're not pushing the risk profile. I know as an investor, I can see this, the difficulty of this. So I'm not saying that these are simple questions to answer. So are we using the right financial instruments? Are we aiming for the right players? So my point is, in encouragement to ask a question to all of you about what should be done differently so far, because we have been trying this for quite a while, and we'll be keen to think about what your impression in this respect. Thanks.
We have Filippo and then Anna.
Okay, I managed to get a copy, get my hands on a copy of the slides that Deborah added, and now I could read a very long note defining the financial market that financial market size and integration. And now I understand what it means, because that was the, the first part of the question, how to calculate it. But I mean, you have 5 lines on the, under the slides. And I mean, okay, that's rather exhaustive. But still, I wanted to ask you about policy implications of this, of those 2 slides, because I think that, I was expecting to hear much more about CMU, which which you haven't done during the presentation, maybe just because of time. Thank you.
Also because you have the second panel on the policy. Anna.
One point and one question to everyone. My point is that we are talking about Europe, but even Europe taken as a Eurozone as a whole is an extremely fragmented market, also legally, even clearing systems, even taxation. Some systems, you don't even know who the shareholder is, if it's the issuer or where it ends up in the clearing system, depending on the jurisdiction. So there is a complete mess going on here, which also completely disincentivizes investment across national borders, which then brings me to the other topic being we're comparing investment in IT or like technologies, et cetera, being more productive, obviously more value-driven, more forward-looking. But there is nothing wrong with that happening in the Nordics. Like it's in the States, let's think of them as a California, right? It's just that California benefits from a system where you have a single clearing facility and when everything is brought together. So are we then asking Europeans to, in a way, compete with each other for everybody to have like their own IT champion? It makes no sense. That is what the single market is about, so that we can each specialize in what we are good at. Which brings me to the chicken and egg problem. Because in the first presentation, you're talking about there being a little investment here, too much investment, no, not too much, but more investment there. Can I invest in something that does not exist? If of course there's investment in the North in IT because those companies already exist, then the question turns to whether the difference between public and private investment can actually be a difference in the kind of investment, whether the public can actually take more longer term risks, think about green transition investment, think about steering the economy in a certain situation, think about also protecting these investments from full-on market forces, and then private investment comes in. Is public and private investment the same thing? Because it seems to be like maybe it doesn't have to be the same thing and it doesn't have to target the same issues that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I think we have Jonathan online. Okay.
Yes.
You have the floor, please.
Yeah, hi, Jonathan Zeitman, visiting fellow at the Schuman Center. My question is in the first instance for Daniel, but it links to a broader theme in the presentations, and that is the relationship between investment and economy-wide labor productivity. So, Daniel, you show persuasively that the biggest gap between the US on the one hand and the EU and Japan on the other hand is the sectoral composition of investment and also the return on that investment. But the question that arises is how does that translate into trends in economy-wide productivity? Since you're looking at investment in specific sectors, not, let's say, investment in AI across the economy as a whole. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think very good set of questions. Let me just add 1 or 2 very short points myself. Okay, I think Chiara, OECD, so I don't know if you in your previous life or your colleagues, for quite a while actually insisted on the diffusion of technology. So I have understood well that you put the emphasis on innovation itself more than diffusion or not. And I have, since we are here, asking fundamental questions. Let me ask a fundamental question as well. Chiara and then Daniel. Should the EU, David, fight the US Goliath? Should, more directly, should Europe really embrace disruptive innovation the way the US has done? Or should we actually try to find, as difficult as it is, a different path for our, competitiveness, productivity, and overall well-being? And I put this question because some of the things that I signaled in one of the bullets in the conclusion of the first presentation, namely solidarity versus innovation, so elements that make socially feasible certain things. One criticism one can have of the Draghi report is actually that it pays lip service to equity, solidarity, fairness, etc. But then that is not really seen as a channel of change. It is something, okay, at best to be preserved, but you have to go there in essentially the US way. And Daniel, you showed the rate of returns. How do you read that? Because if I take a competitive market, I should see a convergence of rates of return. So having consistently higher rates of return, do we see here the Thomas Philippon, which looking forward to the future may actually be compounded by Trump's crony capitalism as a possible scenario looking forward. So it is not there that an element of illness of the system rather than showing the opportunity. But as I said, very fundamental questions. But now we give the floor to the presenters. Maybe as we usually do, let's go in inverse order. Try to be brief. Ettore?
Yes, so there were no direct questions to me. In a sense, my presentation was somehow providing a bridge to the next session. Maybe the main point I would like to make is that the Draghi report, in addressing these issues, has this merit of moving beyond these general clusters of EU-wide and national initiatives that we all know, the capital market and banking union, single market, cutting red tape, upskilling of labor, making energy cheaper, making decarbonization profitable, improving strategic dependency and well-thought industrial competition and trade policy. But it includes 172 concrete granular recommendations that are spread across 10 chapters on sectoral policies and 5 chapters on horizontal policies. And it is a good thing to start from those recommendations when addressing these issues with a policy perspective. So I stop it here. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Lots of questions. Let me take your question, Marco, first. Yeah, I'll take going to countries. This difference in return, you said returns should be, let's say, should not drift apart, right? But since we know that the Kelstein, Hirioka, Brussels, and so on, there's some sand in the wheels of international capital mobility. Therefore, you wouldn't expect them to be equalized. But what it does imply is that the fact that Europe has a current account surplus is a good thing, because every euro not invested in Europe is a euro wasted less, and a euro invested in the US is a euro that yields a higher return. So more is less under these circumstances. So the claim that we are missing 300 billion which go abroad and are missing from Europe, it's exactly the other way around. Right? If you look at these rates of return, of course, given the way our capital markets work and allocate capital and so on, right? But if we don't change that, every euro we invest less in Europe and more in the US is better. On the capital labor ratio, you said 14% in the US, higher, right? In the US, the GDP per capita is 20% or more higher. So there's a TFP difference on top of that. And what we have been looking at, and Draghi is talking about, it's not so much the absolute difference, but the fact that over the last 20, 25 years, there has been a divergence, right? And this brings me to the question from the colleague here. Because what we observe is that in the traditional sectors, in the mid-tech sectors, Europe has done as well as United States. Could have shown you a chart of industrial production in Europe and the US for 25 years, it's the same. It's just that the US has another leg, a leg which was small 20 years ago, but which now is bigger and bigger. And that's the high-tech leg, in particular software and so on. So to answer that question, the lack of investment is that this leg has not grown in Europe. Actually, it was 10 times smaller than the US 20 years ago, and it is still 10 times smaller, but of a much bigger sector. And here it comes two questions. First of all, why is that? And then the David versus Goliath. Why is that? People talk about financial markets. As I said, we have these small countries doing quite well, right? Internal market, again, small countries facing it. We have to really think about that. But there's perhaps one factor which we should consider, which is labor market rigidities. High-tech investment is high-risk investment. You know the famous rule, right? Of 100 investments in high-tech, 80 go bust and 20 make it big. If the 80 go bust in the US, you just close them down, zero adjustment costs. In Europe, right, we have very high adjustment costs. So ex ante, your expected return to invest in high-risk sectors is lower in Europe than the United States. And that explains why, even given without any given data as far as capital markets, everything, the expected return of high-risk investment is lower where the cost of adjustment is lower. And I would submit to you that some of the Nordic countries, de facto, the cost adjustment is lower because they have very efficient public administrations which can help retrain people, find them new things, right? Flexi security and so on. And then, of course, the reaction is we all go Danish. But I think realistically, we don't, right? So we have to do with the second best. But I think this is another key factor apart from the, and that brings me to the David versus Goliath. If it's not so much financing, I think then to the extent that in Europe we want to direct public resources into high-tech sectors, we should choose those where the scale economies are relatively low. In software, business to consumer, they're gigantic. I don't think it's worth it. Business to business software already is different. And we have SAP and we have many others. In biotech, there are some companies in Europe. In space and defense, there are some companies in Europe and they're not so small. So I think there are a number of sectors, high tech also, where one could think that the rates of returns are higher, the prospective growth rates are higher, and it's not challenging Goliaths, which are of a size that is unattainable for us, at least ex novo. So I think if one wants to do something, one should look at these sectors with relatively smaller barriers to entry.
I mean, I think Daniel said a lot of things I wanted to say. Maybe let me add, exactly, I wanted to make the same point as you on the adjustment costs, but rather than focusing so much on the labor side, I wanted to focus on the judicial efficiency side and on the problem related to bankruptcy, which is much, much higher in Europe and in countries like Italy. It had an element of uncertainty, which, you know, given the current situation, I think it's not helpful for businesses. One second point on the David versus Goliath, and I try to show it with the AI patents. I think the problem is not so much to go into fight with the David against the Goliath, but let's try to get the potential David on the ground. And at the moment, I think that's a big issue in Europe, that we have these great publications, but we don't manage to create startups that sort of bring and scale up these ideas that we create in this publication to the market. So I think that's where the EIB is doing a great job, but we need to do more, or we need to find a way of getting them to business. On the point of the Nordics, I mean, I don't care if the innovation is done in the Nordics or not, but you saw it on the Revolut, used to be Skype before. I think the problem is we don't manage to bring them to scale to the rest of Europe. And I think, although we haven't spoken about it a lot, the fact that we are still not a single market, and you mentioned this, it's still a limitation. So it's not like in the US, like, okay, from California, you go to Connecticut or Minnesota and it doesn't cost you anything. In Europe, it costs a lot. On the diffusion versus innovation, I think both matter, okay? What I wanted to say is that at the moment when we think about breakthrough technology and new general purpose technologies, which is where I think the strategic autonomy and the future of the strategic autonomy of Europe sort of can be affected, and to say the least, Europe has an issue. And I think that's something that I don't feel we talk a lot about it. On the diffusion, I think one element that, again, we didn't talk a lot about, but it's on the labor side, also on the skills of the workers. Europe is lagging behind, and there is a new PIAC, the survey of skills that the OECD has been doing now for some years. And I mean, you will see that Europe is actually lagging behind also on digital skills. And so that, I think, is an element where we could invest more and better across Europe, together with more mobility, which again, I think single market is not there where we would like yet. So these are just a few points. Let me also close on one easy point that I didn't mention, which was on the declining business dynamism. I think, to me, the shocking thing when I looked at the figures is the fact that the US picked up very quickly after COVID, which we didn't. And so it seems that the whole opportunities from digital and telework and sort of this big adoption that happened during COVID benefited much more the US than Europe. In Europe, we haven't seen a big change. I mean, some countries, and I mentioned Netherlands and the UK, which is not EU anymore, but others like Italy and even Portugal and so on, we didn't see that pick up after COVID. So that's something that, again, it would be interesting to figure out why.
Can I just add, sorry, is it a surprise? We saved everybody in Europe. We saved all the old stuff. So, right, every shop owner had to be saved. So why are we surprised that no adjustment has happened?
So on this, let me say one thing, that we did a study when I was at the OECD looking at whether there was a worsening of the reallocation in Europe, and you don't find that that was the case. So it's not that it wasn't getting any worse, but we didn't make the most of the new opportunities. And so the adoption of IT that happened was very advanced in those that were already advanced, and was very basic on those that, and again, to me, that's also related to the skills of this business. It's not just exiting and entering the market.
And the fact that they were saved.
Yeah.
Deborah and Marcello, you have 1.5 minutes each. Or you can...
Or we can continue later. Now, I try to stay short. Laura, on your question on the pension funds, I think that the pension funds ever will, in fact, and I think they have a big explanation of the fact that so now what we were showing, that actually you have a much more intangible investment going on in a number of countries. The interesting part that we were looking at is that in Europe, pension funds have much less than in US investment in equity, but also what is interesting is that 70% of what they invest in equity is abroad, and of the remaining 30%, more than two-thirds, a bit more than 20% is domestic, and very, very little is cross-border Europeans. So there is, again, something on the integration of the single market on the financial market side in terms of even pension funds, the little risk appetite that they have on equity is going abroad at the end rather than across Europe. Helge, on the scale of the market, we talk later, so I skip it. But I think it's the scale of the market is extremely important. And in fact, we had one study specifically looking at companies that are innovating and patenting on green technologies. And they were actually extremely concerned on the size of the market in Europe. So they actually pointed that one of the key constraints for them in their growth as innovative company in green technology was the fragmentation of the market. And I think that's also interesting in the green technology side. And then there was a question, I don't remember who asked, on why we are doing so bad now on investment. There is something interesting, I think. We were trying to look at coming from thinking at, okay, we want an acceleration of investment, and that's what Draghi is wishing for. And when did we have historically in Europe such an acceleration of investment? And it's a super preliminary analysis, very quickly done. But basically, we had it at the time of the single market. Then we had it at the time of the enlargement. In fact, the third one is now, because it's coming slowly, if you want, from a very low level of investment post-financial crisis, somehow with the reintegration of markets post the financial crisis, but it's much slower than in the past. So it's interesting, and I think it's what I have, my team has a homework to do to try to investigate more what was leading to these phases and what it means for now. And then I leave. No, there is another thing. Again, on this fact that now investment is in fact accelerating from the very low levels, I think there is another point, and that's the fact that the investment grants on the public sector are extremely high, 1% point of GDP. So one of the worrying factors, if you want, going forward, is that we come from so much support to investment, and already keeping this kind of support will be difficult. So that's something to reflect.
Okay, Marcello, your time.
Absolutely, and hence I will spend a half a minute to thanks for the very instructive discussion, and let me restate some short points and possible disagreements. It seems to me that we share the idea that composition of investment matters a lot, and a possible disagreement is on the fact that, in my view at least, European Union should not follow the same technological path of the United States. We are not in a period in which catching up can work. We are not after the Second World War. This statement allows me to focus on 3 points. First point relates to unified financial markets. Obviously, European Union needs unified financial markets. Nevertheless, in this case too, we have a problem of composition, in the sense that we have a huge amount in terms of stock. We have a huge amount of financial wealth. Nevertheless, households and firms, due to the fact that in Europe also small cap firms and medium-sized firms are positive savers, have a portfolio, financial portfolio, completely different from the needs of productive innovation and so on. This is the reason why we need professional investors and institutional investors. This is the reason why matters a lot the argument raised by Deborah in terms of pension funds. And it's not by chance that the Nordic have specific pension funds investing also in private equity, for instance. In continental Europe, we do not have this kind of arrangement. My second point is that if we combine composition of investments and the need for different paths, then we should be quite precise in analyzing composition. That is, I'm not sure that the main point about composition is the distinction between private investment and public investment. It's instead a problem of traditional investment and innovative investment, and our data show that it's possible to have innovative investments supported by public financing. In this sense, macro sectors matter a lot. And for instance, we should analyze the fact that we have a lack of investment, of innovative investments in European services. And my last point is to relate these composition of investments in terms of industry and services to go back to the problem of capital labor ratio. In my view, it's quite hard to compare the trends in capital labor ratio and the trends in investment due to the fact that comparing stock inflows is not an easy task. Nevertheless, I guess that in order to explain the differences between Europe, the United States, and Japan is to refer to the kind of investments, material or immaterial, the destination of investments, services or industry, and to assess for the different rates of depreciation in these different areas of economy.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we have eaten quite a bit of the coffee break, but let's meet at 5:20. So 5 minutes after what we had foreseen, and maybe in the meantime, we should try to see that we have a good connection with Geraldine for the presentation.
Hello, Geraldine, are you there? Can we have a quick check of the connection?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
Okay, we will try to share the present. Do you want to share the presentation? Should we try and see if you can indeed move the slides from home?
It's probably easier if you move it so that I'm sure that it works. So because otherwise, often if I move it myself, then I don't see the audience. So that's why.
Okay, then 1 second. Can you see the screen?
No, I cannot see anything here. Well, I can see your
And can you change the
Explorer.
slide?
I can see the Explorer. You are sharing the USB drive, but not the screen.
Now?
Voila, yeah.
Yeah, this is your presentation, right?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so we share the slides and you tell us next, or do you want to share your screen?
No, it is better that you share and I say next.
Okay.
So that I'm sure that it's working.
Okay.
Okay, many thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, perfect.
Thank you.
So I have to call everybody back to work. Daniel is still talking. But I think we start. So it's a second panel, and in this second panel we also miss one of the panelists that is called to order. So we started with the second panel where we end up talking a bit more about the policy side, but in fact we already started in the first one. So it's kind of a continuation. The title of the panel is More Market Integration Enough. And I think here it's more market integration, a single market, the capital market union, an investment and saving union, but also the reallocation of resources that we wanted to talk about. So I started giving the floor to Carlo as the first intervention.
Thank you, Deborah. Thanks all for inviting me. And it started with a discussion between me, Daniel, and Marco, and we made it, and Deborah, and we made it with this very nice conference. So the paper is about basically why we need more market integration in order to reduce misallocation, essentially. I think we have already looked and discussed the fact that the effects of investments on productivity, on growth, depends on a number of issues. And we discussed extensively the nature of investments, the quality and the composition, and the real estate versus artificial intelligence. But Deborah and Marcello have already discussed how there is a role for different type of incentives and grants versus loans, and how this might matter for the type and quality of investment that we're going to get. The complementarities between private and public investment have been discussed by Ettore, who I salute if he's still with us. And I think many of you have mentioned the fact that there is a differential role that can be played at the national versus EU level. The Draghi report summarizes all this into a sentence which I find compelling, which says that we have large collective spending power, but we dilute it across multiple different national and EU instruments. Now, what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to quantify with all the limitation of a quantification exercise. It will be one industry in partial equilibrium, but still we try, based on actual data, what the dilution means. I mean, what is the loss of efficiency that we have in having spending power differentiated across national EU level and across a wide range of instruments. And with that, I will try to come up with some metrics that might also be useful in the follow-up of our exercises. So we look at the case of the green subsidies because we have data, and we all know, and clearly these are at the heart of the EU, one of the EU transitions, the one on which, according to the estimates, we should spend most of the money. And we all know why green subsidies are there. They address a market failure, which is the positive thing, the, let's say, social benefit of having higher investment into green subs, into renewables. But we know that this comes also at a cost, because clearly subsidies distort price signals, and so we know that that leads to an inefficient resource allocation, because that doesn't equalize, the marginal product of inputs is not equalized across producers. So we end up with one acceptable, if you want, loss of efficiency, which is the misallocation induced by the subsidy. But in principle, in practice, in Europe, we get two sources of inefficiency, because these subsidies are uncoordinated, or in Draghi's words, diluted across countries in terms of the way they are implemented. And this adds to the cost of the inefficiency. So our answer, our question is, are this second source of inefficiency as large as the first, yes or no, and should we care about it, or it's a second order effect? Since I'm here talking, you probably already know the answer. It's not a second order effect, not at all. So what we do, we formalize the source of misallocation in the EU with heterogeneous subsidies. I will be super quick on the formalization. It is not an economic workshop, but I'll try to give you the sense of what I'm doing. So I will calculate how much we lose with homogeneous subsidies relative to a frictionless benchmark in which there are no subsidies. We know that this is not acceptable, but I need this as a first difference, so the difference between homogeneous subsidies and the benchmark, because I then compare it with the TFP loss with heterogeneous subsidies and a benchmark. So in a way, I do a diff in diff analysis that allows me to purge from all the, in a way, imperfections that my partial equilibrium analysis would bring into the picture, just highlighting how much we lose by the simple fact that we move from one subsidy across the single market to many subsidies in different ways in the market. So misallocation is measured a la Xi and Kleno, so standard bundle of output across the EU, standard production function, profit function. We know that if we calculate aggregate total factor productivity, that's the weighted sum of productivity across member states, the first term in my sum, or to the right of in my equation, plus the second, or minus the second term, which is the variance of the revenue TFP across countries. And if you work out what this revenue TFP is made of, it's essentially made of the market size, the revenue, the individual country's productivity, the wages, and let's say, subsidies that you can put in. Here we play with two subsidies in order to grasp also the heterogeneity in subsidies. We play with a production subsidy, which is a feed-in price, and an investment subsidy, which is a tax grant, essentially. Because in the renewables, we have both types of subsidies playing a role. So we also want to see how much these two different type of tools have a role in terms of adding in heterogeneity and in efficiency. And as you will see, there is an interesting story that will tell us what is the optimal subsidies in which optimal context, but I'll just tell you a few words at the end of it. So in order to have standard assumptions, we have, this is one industry, so we can assume that's identical technology. Solar panels are solar panels, wind turbines are wind turbines, and a common rental rate of capital across the single market. In the frictionless benchmark, we have no subsidies, so our, let's say, wedges are set to 0, and we have equal weights. And therefore here, the TFP at the EU level is simply just the sum of the across countries TFP. In the actual allocation with heterogeneous subsidies, the difference between the benchmark and the actual TFP is what you see in the last equation there. So it's a function of this wedge between the variance with which you play with the two subsidies. And in the coordinated subsidy provision, in which there is no more heterogeneity in terms of subsidies, there is only a production subsidy and a one investment subsidy, you end up with a variance which is only a function of the marginal cost among countries, essentially. So here you only have one wedge, which is related to the fact that different countries are using the same type of subsidies but have different marginal costs. So we compare essentially the difference between the V term, the TFP in the benchmark, and the TFP with homogeneous subsidies with the mu term, the difference between the benchmark and our heterogeneous subsidies. That's it. We use one nice industry, which is electric power generation. This is a highly subsidized industries, and most importantly for these industries, we can have direct information on feed-in tariffs for a certain number of years and a certain number of countries, which is our production subsidy. And we can derive with certain assumption from the data also information on the grants, so the investment subsidy that are being given by countries. We take 4 countries, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain, for which we have data, in 3 years, 2015, 16, and 17. So in that window, we have a similar set of policies with similar set of tools, different rates of subsidies and different grants, but we have the data that can measure, can track those things. The outcome is, and here it's just that most of the subsidies are feed-in tariffs, but there are a number of additional tools, tax expenditure and direct transfers being other type of investment type of subsidies that we take into account. The result is here. This is made for different elasticities of substitution. The blue bar is the TFP loss that we get with the actual allocation of subsidies. So the loss in TFP is around between 4 to 12% according to the elasticity of substitution compared to the frictionless benchmark. Interesting is the red bar, or purple, the way you want to call it, which is what would be the loss if the subsidies would be coordinated across the EU. And as you can see, for whatever elasticity you can play with, the delta is more than 50% always. So essentially, we're talking with, at times, is also even one third of the other. So basically, the cost of heterogeneity is very significant, i.e. the TFP loss that we will incur in any case because we have subsidies would be basically 2 to 3 times larger. It is 2 to 3 times larger because of uncoordinated approach across subsidies. Let me make sense of these results. If we take one broader industry, which is the general electricity and gas and steam sector, I've taken this industry because I can get comparable data with the US. The loss moving from, so the gain moving from heterogeneous to homogeneous would be 20 additional euros of value added per hour worked. That is 7.8 billion euros in the power sector. That is 2.3% of additional output or 6.7% of value added, okay? So that's the type of increment that you can get by only moving from heterogeneous to homogeneous. So from uncoordinated to coordinated, or using Draghi words, not diluted. With respect to the US, that sector is 5.4% less productive using 2018 data. With the subsidy reform, the productivity gains would reduce the gap to 0.9%, i.e. you close 83% of the productivity gap with the US by simply moving from uncoordinated to coordinated. This is for one broad industries. And if you extend the calculation to the whole industry and energy sector, so basically manufacturing all the way to energy, the amounts are very similar, and I guess even the productivity gap would be similar. So the argument here that we are making is that the dilution in having heterogeneous approaches to subsidies is significant, and this is a low-hanging fruit from a regulatory point of view. It would be as simple as the Commission stepping in and authorizing subsidies only to the extent that they are compatible with the single market, but also compatible with heterogeneity across markets. One additional point, and then I'm done. I don't want to abuse about the time. You can play with the difference in, with the determinants of this delta, so of the heterogeneity. And this heterogeneity stems from 3 sources. The fact, as I said, that countries are different in terms of marginal costs. And here, if you want, this is the hidden cost of the fragmented single market, because here is essentially the fact that the same industry has different marginal costs across countries. So in a single market, which would be homogeneous, that would be the single market effect. The fact that there are different tools, production versus investment subsidies. So that fact only has an impact of around 30% on the total. And the fact that there is a covariance between marginal cost and subsidies. What does it mean? That you can play, and I don't have time to show you this, but mathematically, you can show that certain type of subsidies match certain type of costs. So countries that are in different position in the distribution of marginal cost should use different instruments in order to minimize that covariance there. I.e., you can really, let's say, have a tool that would evaluate to what extent investment subsidies in Spain make sense versus feed-in tariffs in Germany and the level of it. And then work those two instruments out in order to minimize distortion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's one of the pieces in the Draghi report that I like the most when he's talking about do it European if you have to do and not a national level. And I think it's very nice to see it quantified at the industry level. Geraldine, do we have?
Yeah, I'm here, far, but here.
1 second that we change presentation and we don't see you. Yeah, now we also see you. Hi.
Okay, hi.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, very good. Thanks for having me, and sorry not to be able to be present here. Just going out of a very, very long EPC on the medium-term fiscal structural plans, which keep us busy in Europe. But okay. So maybe you can directly move to the next slide, where I want to go back a bit to this issue of the investment need. And I think what is interesting, and I think we should distinguish what we have discussed in the first panel and here. When we are talking about investment needs, we are not talking the gap. We are not talking about the gap between the EU and the US. What we talk about when we talk about investment in Europe is to see, okay, what are the additional investments that are needed because of the need of the green transition, the fact we need to go to a net zero emission. So that is it. So I think the discussion is in a way a bit orthogonal to the discussion that we had in the first place, where, okay, is the investment in the US too high, or we are comparing different things. What we are comparing in our assessment, and which is basically also what Draghi has been using, is to say, okay, how much would we need if we want to go to the green transition? But there is one common part, which is that indeed, as you have mentioned, the large difference is in the intangible investments such as R&D, where indeed also in the Draghi report is very much insisting on the need to have R&D. But okay, so here I showed them the Draghi figure, which are basically very close to ours because they are built on our work at the Commission, which, so as I said, is trying to compute how much we would need in terms of investment for the an additional investment for financing the green transition, which part of it would be stranded asset, and so it's investment that replace existing investments, so not necessarily increasing the potential growth. But that's another issue. So these estimates should be interpreted with caution. They are based basically on models, so they depend very much on the assumption, and they are also what we talk about broad investment, and the thing that has been mentioned also in one of the paper by Daniel is to say, yes, indeed, they capture also things that are not very much investment, like consumption, like cars. So clearly, but at the same time, so that's on the part that where we probably overestimated in some way. Also, the fact that we compare with a period of very low investment where we calculate the additional needs. So, but at the same time, it doesn't cover everything that is needed in terms of the green transition, because we don't cover, for example, the investment need related to the climate adaptation. We don't compute here the environmental needs and so on and so forth. But okay, the conclusion is still that for financing, if we want to go towards zero, if we need to, if we also want to catch up on the digital transition, we need a lot of investment. So that is, and I think clear. The second, and you can go to the next slide. an important question is here also, but okay, but how much of it will be public and how much of it is private? This is a very difficult question to answer, but there is a wide consensus to say that a large part needs to come from the private sector. But for obvious reason, the government is really a really good, I'm losing you here, is really largely a good entrepreneur. Also, governments are fiscally constrained, so clearly that explains why the government should not be in general the largest investor at the same time, and I think this is public knowledge here, so that there are good reasons for why the government would need to invest to some extent, which are the fact that we have public goods that we need to finance. There are also knowledge spillover, there are externalities, so in a sense that the social benefit is larger than the ones that are from the private ones, so that justify also public intervention, or also frictions, and in particular, so market failure, where some enterprise, for example, would not receive enough financing. So for all these reasons, we would need some part of the investment that is financed by the government. So, but if we look at then to try to see, we could assume that, okay, a part, the historical share and the evolution of the share between the public and the private reflect this, the need to have like some part of the investment that are to be financed by the public sector. And here we can see the share, and generally is on average 84% is private and 16 is public. So that gives us a first idea of how much would need to come from the public sector. But also, I mean, we know that investment in decarbonization has a tendency to have a stronger public component than the rest of the investment. So circa, we could say that 80% of the investment would need to come from the private sector, meaning that 20% from the private investment. So if we scale that to the investment needs that Draghi has mentioned, that means which were about 5%. So that means that annually we need to find 4% of additional investment that needs to come from 4% GDP that needs to come from the private sector. This is of course a huge amount. So the question in here is to say, how do we generate this? And first, indeed, question is this, and that was the question of the panel: is it linked to basically financial market integration? Is it so? It's needed to the financing conditions. So, and if we go to the next slide, what we have tried to see is that, okay, so let's assume for a moment that the question of more market integration refers solely to financial market in Europe. And so if we argue that indeed there is the fragmentation is the solution, the single market, the more integration is the solution, it means that fragmentation needs to be the status quo, and this needs to be shown in the data. So here we have looked, you have here the interest rate on the corporate interest rate for new loans over time. And we have taken for a clear picture the 12 initial euro area countries. So there is good news and bad news here. On the good news, we can see that the borrowing costs have converged again after a large period of divergence, and so the spread is basically very close to the one that were in 2018. So a spread of around 100 to 200 basis points between the worst and the best member state here. The bad news is that there has been a conversion, but the borrowing costs have increased, the opposite of what would be needed if we wanted to generate additional investment. But this increase is not really related to fragmentation; it's rather related to monetary policy tightening. So the question is then, assuming that, would this fragmentation lead to the investment needs that we need, or what we ask ourselves is to say, okay, how much would we need in terms of financial reduction in the cost to generate this type of investment? And when we looked, and I asked my colleague to look a bit at the evidence and the analysis of basically in terms of quantitative terms and financial market integration, there is not much. But if you look at the next slide, what we have done is to do some simulation to say, okay, what would be the reduction of the capital cost, the interest rate that would be needed for us to be able to generate an increase of 4% of GDP of additional investment. And you can see that it shows that basically the reduction of the cost would be 250 basis points. So that also means, if you compare with the previous slide where you show that the spread was around 100 to 200 basis points, so that means that even if we would just solve completely the fragmentation issue, we would not be able to generate the full reduction in interest rate that will be needed to generate this additional 4% of investment. And also, in any case, also this would be a reduction across the board, but that would stimulate then investment also across the board. But what we know is that the investment needs that I've described are very much specific. They are targeted, so it's in greens, in digital, it's R&D, it's in defense, and so on and so forth. So the question is, what then? So we see that market integration could indeed help to reduce the cost of the investment and therefore generate some additional capital, but that would not be enough. No, and I think the others have mentioned that in macro model, there are two usually ways where we can do fiscal parameters that we can affect the profitability of the investment. It would be subsidies to investment cost, or there could be a reduction in the corporate income tax. So when we and even if when we have our Quest model, which is this general equilibrium model, and if we simulate this impact on the subsidy, we know that there is an investment multiplier of the subsidies around 2. So that means that in order to get an investment of 4%, we would need to increase, to have an investment subsidy of 2% of GDP, which would be, of course, extremely large. And the previous speaker showed that it would be not inefficient, but again, I don't think that this is manageable to that magnitude, given also the fiscal situation. And reduction in corporate tax is probably not very effective, also because it benefits as much the existing capital as the new one. There are other options, and we have representative from the EIB here, and one of the possibilities, the de-risking of investment project. And okay, maybe Deborah wants to say a word about what would be a possibility from the EIB, but again, there are, I think, some constraints. So, but of course, financing costs are not the only thing. And so, if you go to the last slide, so the idea is that maybe financing is not the most important barrier. And if you look at these are a slide from the EIB investment survey that's probably very much familiar with Deborah, and you can see that here indeed. So if you look at the right, you have the availability of finance, and we can see that about 45% of the firm in the EU think that financing is a problem, but only 17% consider that this is a major problem. So in the US, that you can see that the financing is not so much of a major problem. But so that means that investment, the availability of financing or the financing cost is an issue, but it's maybe not the only issue. Here, if you follow this survey, you can see that there are also other important element that needs to be factored in particular, the availability of the skill. So skills shortage is really much an issue. The energy cost that has been mentioned also by the Draghi report. This is also part of the conclusion of many of the discussion at European level. So energy cost is clearly, and here compared to the US, we are really at a disadvantage. So that's clearly an issue, but also regulation both on the market, labor market, but also on the business. So this is quite new, but in a way it's rather probably good news, because these are in a way the potentially low-hanging fruit that we could act upon it, and that would also mean that we need to strengthen not only the banking, the capital market, but also the single market for goods and service, and that could help a lot. So I've talked quite a bit about by investment. So maybe I wanted to also to conclude on a related question would be how effective would be this additional investment. So and there is a concern that even if we would manage to finance and to generate this additional 4-5% of GDP investment, they are of course constrained, and then there is a risk of having an absorption issue and supply side constraint. And if that's the case, then basically that generates investment, and that doesn't generate really actual growth. And then looking from the experience that we had with ERF, so the Recovery and Resilience Facility, so that we are managing here in ECFIN together with Recover, we can clearly see that when you put a lot of money to the member state, there are difficulties to absorb this large amount of funding, and this is particularly the case for the member state that have received a large share of this financing. Greece, Croatia, Spain, Italy, Romania, Bulgaria have also, so compared to the size of their country, they have a very large allocation, so it's complicated to manage. This is particularly the case also because of supply chain constraint, because of difficulties tendering, because of complex and burdensome permitting procedure. There is a compliance and reporting procedure that are complicated. So all this is clearly an issue, but that again, maybe we can act upon it. There is also a problem of administrative capacity, which is clearly there and has not been solved yet. So what is important for us, and that's maybe to finish and give a bit the perspective of the future. So what the conclusion that we also draw here is the fact that it's really crucial to combine investment and reform. This is what we have done in a way in the RF, and it seems to have been functioning. And I think for two reasons. First, because the reform are able to help to remove the barrier to investment that are so important if you want this investment to take place. And in the RF, we've tried to the extent possible to front load the investment, the reform, and so that seems to be working to some extent. And also from a macro point of view, I mean, if the investment is likely to generate demand, and so if you have reform at the same time, this generates the supply, and that avoids the potential risk of having inflationary pressure of these additional investments. So this is clearly the way that the Commission would want to go. I mean, the political guideline of the President was clear that what we want is to have, like, for the future, an MFF, so that would be combining basically reform and investment in one plan for each member state. Let's see whether we manage to get an agreement of the member state on that, but that's clearly the intention. And then at the EU level, the other clear message is that competitiveness, and here we talk about productivity essentially, is the key word for the future. There's been a lot of announcement of initiative on this. It's a bit too early to say exactly how this will entail, but clearly the President has announced that she wants to act upon the Draghi report and basically announce this competitiveness compass, and this compass will then announce different initiatives on the three pillars that have been put forward by the Draghi report. That means this closing the innovation and the skill gap as one, the competitive decarbonization as the second one, and the economic security in the third one. So these are the three pillars. So it's too early now to announce exactly how this will happen, but we expect a communication in mid-January on that. Also, as you have probably seen, so the aim is to create also at EU level a fund for what we call the European Competitiveness Fund, so which the idea that we would identify important priorities both at the EU level and at member state level, following the diagnostic that Draghi puts in his report, which we largely share at EU level. And so on the basis of this priority, to identify action that could be then taken both at member state and EU level to unlock some of these bottlenecks to the competitiveness and the productivity, and to provide funding at EU level through this EU competitiveness fund. So that is the idea in a nutshell for the future, and hopefully that can help. But I just wanted to finish by saying that I think that all these discussions that were mentioned, and all these facts were mentioned in the very first panel, are very, very important. And then we will need to come back to these issues on the key, the best way to tackle some of these productivity issue in the future. So, and I'm happy to answer a question later on. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Geraldine. And I think it's very important at the point that, again, you also make on the fact of all these initiatives that should come at the European level and again, avoid the further fragmentation of the market. And I also like very much, of course, that you put the EIB investment survey in the slide that we see. So I think we switch and just to say that you were talking about a reform and I move immediately to the IMF talking about also reform and single market. So Helge, the floor is yours.
How do I change the slides? Oh, okay, thank you. It's coming. It's coming good. Without my slides, it wouldn't have been helpful. Okay, super. Thank you. All right. So you asked for the session, is the single market enough? I think we probably need more, but it's pretty critical, I think, to solve the problems that we want to solve and to fix minds. There's this window up there. Geraldine is blocking the headlines of the so you guys cannot see what the slide says. It says in the end, too low productivity. And so here's a decomposition. You have seen this before. We take the 2024 GDP per capita and we try to see what is the gap to the United States due to. This is different European aggregates because things are different across countries. If you look at the Eastern European, the emerging markets, you see that TFP is, a huge part of the story as it is for the more advanced economy aggregates. But there's also a capital intensity story, which is quite sizable. There's a bit of a contribution from the fact that Europeans like to work fewer hours per person, that these are the yellow columns. And then there seems to be basically no alarm when it comes to the contribution from capital. And this is, I think, where we already agreed earlier today that this is probably would be, a false diagnosis. The problem with investment and therefore the contribution from capital here to explaining the gap with the United States is not so much the quantity of investment, but the type of investment. And the argument would be that while we have private investment at almost equal levels to the US, it's not going to the right firms, it's not being invested in the right things, and necessarily not also in the right sectors. So what do we mean by, what could be better? So let's look both at public and private sector activity. On the left is just one aspect of this, and we thankfully have already discussed a lot of these things in the previous presentations. This is intangible real assets, their development in levels since the mid-1990s. The green line is the US, and then you have select European advanced economies below. Two things, right? On average, the level of real tangible assets has deviated upwardly. Now, this is an index, but at least since 1995 in the United States. And I would also point out how much more volatile investment is in the European countries than it is in the United States, and I'll come back to this. On the right-hand side, you see one of the challenges that Draghi picked up, and I will not go to summarize. This is the European Commission estimate of the additional money that needs to go into climate policy. That's 476 billion in the end, so that's a sizable share of what Draghi identified as overall investment needs. So it seems to indicate there's a lot to do on the public side as well, even though that is just climate and doesn't include infrastructure, for example. Now, Deborah said, think about policy. So two complementary policy angles as far as we're concerned. On the right, you see, the call for EU level. That's already a suggestion included here, public investment for public goods. That is that I think we all agree on this, but it's important to keep this in mind. And then on the left, incentivizing private investment through a deeper single market. So we need scale is our main hypothesis here. We've done a lot of work on this. I cannot run you through all of this, but that is the upshot of it. what's the upshot of the EU level public investment for public goods segment? It's going to be, we need to coordinate this. And I'm very grateful for Carlo basically making my point already for me. I'll be making it more empirically, but you will see that there's also some modeling work that perhaps you find interesting. All right, so how big is the problem on the financial, on the private side? This is my currently most favorite chart of all the charts we have been putting out the last 12 months. It's the computation of the implicit ad valorem tariffs that explain why there is only half as much intra-European Union trade as there is intra-United States trade. You look at these numbers, you see that the volumes are different. You wonder why this is. You put them in a gravity model, traditional trade model, you know, they have good fit. And you ask, how much would the implicit tariff have to be to explain that lack of trade? And then you find for the goods, it's about 44%. That's a tremendous tariff if you think about what even Trump is talking about currently vis-a-vis China. For services, it's 110%. This compares to the US barrier of, again, implicit for goods of about 13%. So these are huge numbers. Now you can ask, how important is this in terms of productivity and income? And the answer is, well, you can take these trade numbers and you go and apply literature-provided elasticities, and you find that reducing European barriers to US levels would broadly improve productivity levels in Europe by 7%. Now, partial equilibrium analysis and so on. So you can do better, and you can look at a small model that is a bit more sophisticated and also looks at dynamics, and you find out that you could, by not just lowering these obstacles for trade, but also allowing factors to move freely across the EU, you could achieve income increases of around 7%. That's the same number as accidental, and the point is these numbers are big. So it matters that we're lacking scale. It's important to think about what to do. Now, there are other problems with the single market, and this has to do with the absence of a single labor market, was also mentioned today, and the absence of a single credit and capital market was also mentioned today. So this is just two ways to illustrate it. But first, if you look up what the average cost is to move from US state to US state and compare it to the same for the EU, you find that the mobility costs in the EU is about 8 times as high as for the US. So interstate mobility of labor markets, huge problem. You all know this, that's a number, it's an academic literature number, it's not coming from us. Now, what about capital markets? The main problem is that they're fragmented. So we have 27 plus individual stock markets in Europe. Every country defends them. There are good reasons, or maybe not, but there are reasons, regulatory obstacles. So these firms who need equity, who want equity, not only are constrained in terms of the market to which they service on the output side, they're also constrained on the input on the factor side. And one of the results is that the net equity issuance of listed firms, so these are firms that are on the stock market, right? These are large firms, and you compare them at the firm-by-firm level between between Europe and the US. So this is firm-level work that we have done in-house. You see that the net equity issuance in the US is on average about half as high in terms of the share of total assets than in the EU. We would argue this has to do with access to large enough equity markets. If you are a small firm in the Baltics, you have problems accessing the same market that an equally small firm in the US has. One of the problems is therefore that these firms have problems financing intangible investments. We know that this is what's driving productivity, and here's one of the reasons underlying this. We know that venture capital firms like to exit the firms that they support into the stock market. It's also more difficult. Again, another hit on these firms, and you can look at what this is, how this is costly, not just for the large listed firms, but also for the small firms that are successful and that we want to have grow fast. They tend to grow less fast in the EU if you look at firm level data than in the US, and one of the reasons is the problem with exit to the difficulty of exit to the equity market. Okay, so first point, hopefully, reinforce the single market matters. Now let's give credit to the question of investment. In here, let's look at the public sector. In the public sector, let's look at these arguments here. I would take one example, which is sort of, very obvious to all of us, and start here. That is the electricity market. On the left, you see these gray bars. This is the net electricity imports by Ukraine, which has been sort of heavily affected by Russian bombings of their energy infrastructure. That has created, thankfully, we have these connectors, demand for the European electricity market. However, the connectors are not in such a state that this would be shared by everybody in the EU equally, right? This goes, as you can see, mostly at the cost of countries like Greece, Romania, Bulgaria, sort of the southern eastern part of Europe. So we don't have that unified electricity market. That's a problem. We clearly need to do something about this. You need a single market there. This is an area for public investment without a question. On the right, don't need to go into this, just to make the point that if you want to get anywhere close to the EU agreed reductions in carbon emissions, we also need public investment. Now, my point would be, for both of these things, we would need coordination. Joe, and on the right, let's on the left, it's clear, right? We need these connectors built. Certain countries, everybody will benefit from these investments. So we have to organize this centrally. On the right, this is basically Carlos' point in a slightly different way. How to do this investment, right, that gets us to these climate goals, which also ultimately also will help us with energy security. How to do this right? There is a good way or the bad way. The bad way is everybody does the same, right? And is that sensible? Well, let's look at Euro area abatement costs for the power sector and the road transport sector. This measures what a particular reduction in carbon emissions costs, where we have harmonized the median to 1. So these numbers are comparable, and you see quite a dispersion, right? Sort of if it's the medians at 1, sort of the maximum cost in certain jurisdictions are almost twice as high or 1.5 times as high in others. So we have our own calculations here, right? That we'll have to compare notes later, but the argument that the team has been making, that if you organize this together, you can reduce the annual investment needs in climate policies by 7%. So this is the part of the 5% of Draghi's that we're the 7. I can give you the details later. So enormous gains from coordination, right? So that's where I end. So the message on private investment is, let's look at the single market first. Doesn't mean that the capital market union is an important part of it, but the single market on the real side is really important. Then on the public investment side, yes, let's do it. But let's do it together. Do I have time for one more slide on industrial policy? If I promise it's industrial policy.
Yes, 1 minute.
So the same applies to industrial policy, right? Here are 2 reasons coming from 2 different papers that will both be published next Monday. On the left is an empirical exercise asking, if you give state aid to a particular firm in a particular sector in Europe, what happens to that firm and what happens to other firms in other countries? And the answer is, there is a positive impact on the firm you're subsidizing in your state aid efforts. And however, there's a negative effect on the other firm elsewhere. Quite an interesting empirical fact, but we don't quite know why that is, right? It's spillovers, and spillovers could come from anywhere. So let's look at a model of industrial policy that can help us there, and that is the chart on the right. Again, the paper will be out on Monday. It's a quantified general equilibrium trade model with multiple sectors, and there are input-output tables within country and across countries underlying it. And we can ask the question, if individual countries in Europe and elsewhere perform industrial policy in the form of subsidizing industries that operate with economies of scale that, however, are based on externalities, that is, individually, they will not realize these externalities or these positive scale effects because they don't learn enough, because they don't agglomerate enough. Will these countries benefit? The answer is many will not. And it's a combination of the immense spillovers that industrial policy can have because they change the division of labor, right, in the region. And the spillbacks that these effects, these spillovers initially from the country will have for the country. And so on net, you may be worse off, that is, unless you coordinate your policy. So full coordination within the EU in terms of these policies and in allowing factors to adjust to these new realities that come from internalizing these economies of scale effects sort of will give you a net benefit, but not if you go at it alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think we continue to converge more and more in terms of messages on the importance of the single market. And I think I switched then to Laura on the Saving and Investment Union or Capital and Market. You still call it the Capital Market Union?
Yes. Yeah.
This is an important message from the ECB.
Clear guidance to stick with CMU. Yeah, indeed, like everyone talked about it today. So probably it's time to conclude this panel with a bit of a deep dive on the Capital Markets Union. So going a little bit beyond the single market. So yeah, sorry, the usual disclaimer that the views here are my own and not the ones by the ECB. I typically try to start with a bit of enthusiasm and positiveness around the need, let's say, to talk about this topic, and a few, let's say, drawbacks in a couple of slides, and then most of the presentation, ideally, on possible solutions to try to foster indeed this capital markets union in Europe. So you're all at the center of the debate, so you know what we have been observing in the last months, which is a strong renewed political momentum around the capital markets union in Europe. It's critical. This timing we see it as quite critical to make concrete progress on this file. At the same time, we have to keep an eye on what's being proposed, because indeed the public debate features a lot of position papers and proposals, but some of them also hides vested interests by lobbyists or national governments. The positions by member states are also, let's say, aligned on the need to foster capital markets in Europe, but they quite disagree on what solutions may be the best place to make progress. And all these, let's say, mood is also reflected in European fora, where we see, for example, the Eurogroup, the Council, let's say, going out with high-level statements, but really lacking concrete actions to move forward. So Capital Markets Union, we try to map indeed why Capital Markets Union is important, and especially in the current debate, and this is also one of the key reasons why it's at the center of the political debate right now. It's because it's essential if we want to support economic growth, competitiveness, and the open strategic autonomy in Europe in this geopolitical context. And in our view, it's also essential to reach, let's say, 5 strategic objectives of the European Union: finance and support innovation, support the green and digital transition, support people's pensions and welfare during retirement. So there is also a social, let's say, aspect related to it. And going back, let's say, to the more traditional debate around capital markets, it's still an important tool for private risk sharing and resilience, and to foster inclusiveness and convergence across borders. We also have at the ECB a bit of an interest in it, because Capital Markets Union is relevant for the ECB mandate in itself. So capital markets, or effective, well-functioning capital markets, can impact the transmission of monetary policy and also the medium-term price stability. So beyond, let's say, or together with the let's say the support of EU strategic objectives, it's also important for the transmission of monetary policy, and the two reinforce each other because, of course, they are very well interlinked. So the problem, and here, let's say, after this opening, this enthusiastic opening, and now let's come to the problems, in the sense that we mapped all the regulatory efforts by the European Commission over the last 10 years, starting with the first Commission action plan. 3 action plans were implemented, more than 55 regulatory and non-regulatory activities and acts were approved. Still, there has been very limited progress in the indicators that are typically used when looking at capital markets. So it doesn't matter whether you look at the depth, at the size, at the liquidity, at the cross-border integration, at the sectoral allocation. So along all these dimensions, the indicators for capital markets in Europe have not progressed. Well, I mean, definitely it's not because of a lack of regulatory activities. I mean, that has to be taken off the table, but it's mostly because of divergent national interests and political priorities. We have to deal with the fact that the Council has, let's say, diluted or blocked most of the proposals that were made by the European Commission. It's not the only reason. We also have to acknowledge the fact that the last 10 years have been characterized by a lot of other macroeconomic developments. We went through a long set of subsequent macroeconomic crises, which also shifted, let's say, the priorities of the European Commission. But at the same time, they were not taken as an opportunity to also make progress on capital markets union. So within this context where there is a clear need to advance capital markets, there is political appetite to advance, but there are diverging views by national, let's say, our national counterparts. If we want to make the best out of the situation, we first need to refocus the debate on a subset of impactful priorities and make concrete proposals to advance the debate. And this is what we have been busy with over the last year. And that resulted indeed in the Governing Council statement first, but more recently in the speech by President Lagarde just 2 weeks ago. So indeed, when focusing on the reprioritization, basically, of the policy measures to foster capital markets in Europe, we try to narrow down the proposals on a subset of actions that can be realistically implementable, but that can also serve, let's say, to achieve an impact. So 12 actions were the ones that were put down in the Governing Council statement earlier this spring. And as Lagarde mentioned 2 weeks ago, 3, let's say, key priorities can be identified. First, to improve the entering of capital into capital markets in Europe. Second, expanding capital markets across border in Europe. And third, channeling these new funds that enter capital markets to support innovation and competitive firms in the form of venture capital financing. So these are sort of the priorities that, I mean, I will quickly go through over the next slides. So starting with the first, which is entering capital markets. So capital markets are not big enough. And this is mostly due to the fact that the way EU citizens save is suboptimal. So what you see here in the chart on the left-hand side is a comparison of between the financial assets allocation of households in the euro area and in the United States, where the blue part is what is held in currency and deposits, or what is held like just liquid. And what you can see is that this is 35% in the euro area compared to 10% in the United States. So European households held most of their financial assets in extremely liquid forms. And this has to be read together with the fact that the savings rate of European households is much higher than the savings rate of US households. So there is, let's say, a significant stock that is approximately 12 trillions when considering the entire European Union that is just in banks' current accounts. There is a problem related to it, which is, okay, I mean, this is related to consumers and to households' behaviors in terms of financial preferences. But the thing is that if you build the portfolio of European households and you compare it with the portfolio of American households, when looking at the returns, you see that European households are much below the frontier. I mean, we are lagging super much compared to the American households in terms of indeed the cumulative returns. So, and even when accounting for risk. So let's get rid of the fact that investing in financial assets is risky. Even when accounting for risk, European households are just much below the frontier. So there are important consequences of these behaviors. First, indeed, European households benefit from limited returns, which also means that they will gain from much lower retirement wealth in the next years. Second, state-funded pensions are strained, and this is even more of an issue at the moment when the fiscal space of the national governments is extremely limited everywhere in Europe. And third, this also represents a missed opportunity to direct savings towards productive investments, which could be domestic priorities and to foster competitiveness. So in order to mobilize the deposits and channel resources to, let's say, most productive use, we will make a proposal, or we have, I mean, President Lagarde has already made a proposal, and the Commission is likely to pick it up in terms of savings, EU savings standards. So in particular, we were thinking of, okay, how can we design, let's say, a sort of a European savings standard in a way that the incentives of the investors, households, of the financial intermediaries, banks typically in Europe, and of national governments can be aligned in a way that indeed these deposits may be likely to be mobilized in the form of long-term higher yield financial investments. And the three are the features that we identified as critical. This is also based on a stock take of savings product initiatives that exist and are quite successful in a couple of European countries. First, if you want this to be successful, you need to have tax incentives. But there is no way that you can mobilize deposits if you don't provide, let's say, sensible returns for citizens. There is, of course, an issue of how you can calibrate these tax incentives, and there is also an issue that is very much related with the financial literature, let's say, in Europe, that tends to prefer guaranteed returns, while we have to shift households from guaranteed returns to market returns. So there are a few trade-offs here to be calibrated, but indeed, within, let's say, under the umbrella of having tax incentives. There are also quite a lot of questions to be answered on how the product should be designed in terms of fee structure, in terms of composition of the portfolio, in terms of holding period, in terms of liquidity, in terms of balancing, let's say, the fees with the risks over long time periods. A big discussion is also taking place on whether this should be a product, an account, or a label. So the PEP, the pension product that was established in Europe, that has been a total disaster, was indeed a product and an account all together. Perhaps that's too complicated. Let's move to something that is simple, that is portable, that is transparent, easily understandable, and that's why we were indeed starting with these standards that go in the direction of a label, at least as a starting point. And lastly, you need to indeed align the incentives also of national governments that are the ones that at the end have to implement this thing on the ground. So there has to be also here a balance between what can be done top down at the EU level and what instead needs to be done bottom up to ensure that this is implemented. The other thing that was mentioned, I would say many times here, is about the fragmentation of the trading and post-trading environment in Europe. And here we go to the second block, which is how can we indeed foster cross-border convergence to expand capital markets across borders in Europe. 295 trading venues in Europe, and most of the on-venue trading takes place domestically. This is also the case when looking at the post-trading environment. So we have 14 CCPs, 32 CSDs, and this compares to 1 in the US. So the fragmentation here is enormous. And this is not just bad in itself. It has important consequences in the sense that the smaller exchanges especially are particularly illiquid. Pan-European groups have emerged, but they are not consolidated in terms of infrastructure, and it doesn't seem that this consolidation effort is taking place. And all these trading and post-trading venues operate in different and sometimes diverging regulatory and tax incentives. So as a result, if you are either a company or an investor, you find yourself operating in an environment with lack of transparency, a lot of inefficiency, higher costs, and lower liquidity. So all conditions that definitely do not incentivize companies to look for capital and investors to bring capital here in Europe. So also here, the situation is extremely complex because the underlying is indeed, as I said, the diverging and disharmonized regulatory framework, which is, however, very difficult to harmonize. If we want to be concrete and pragmatic, I won't come here with the idea, oh, let's harmonize the tax regime or the insolvency regime, because it's nothing that we can achieve over the next, even years. So if we want to be somehow realistic, what we were thinking of is a 28 regime for corporate and securities law. So this could be a very pragmatic, concrete way to harmonize, let's say, rules from the onset that indeed security issuers can make use of, and that can also be useful in the near future when indeed DLTs, for example, or new technologies will take place, can indeed make use of this 28 regime from the very beginning. So ideally, that is a starting point to then make use of this 28 regime as a sort of standard regime for whatever new will come later. Still about the cross-border convergence, it's still on the table. Again, the president had a big speech about it last year, but an integrated supervisory framework for capital markets is, in our view, still a priority. May not be that easy in the short term, but indeed, it's so important that we keep it here. And we, indeed, in terms of proposal, we propose a stepwise approach. Okay, perhaps a fully harmonized supervisory framework is not possible at the time being because of indeed the national obstacles. But we could, for example, start from deepening the rule book, having more regulations and less options and discretion. Reform the ESA's governance, including their budget and human capital, improving the consistency in the sectoral legislation, and reinforcing the powers of the existing agencies. So this doesn't require a change in the treaties or in the governance of the supervisory framework, but could be a first step to at least set the conditions for further integration in the medium term. And finally, the exiting part of it. So how can we make use that indeed, how can we make better use of this capital in Europe to finance innovation and competitive companies? And here venture capital is essential and is extremely underdeveloped. So venture capital is essential. If we want to finance innovation, that's the way to start. And as you can see, venture capital financing in Europe is extremely underdeveloped compared to the US. And I mean, an additional point is that that small part that we have in Europe comes from the US. So even in the context of the open strategic autonomy, perhaps developing our own venture capital market is not a bad idea. So also here, talking a little, trying to be concrete, we distinguish between short-term and medium-term solutions that see a complementarity between private and public sources of financing, of venture capital financing. So in the short term, there are already tools that, of course, Deborah here knows much better than anyone else, and expanding the tools that are already available at the European level could be a very important starting point, but already complementing them with the role of private investors, thinking about institutional investors, so pension funds and insurance companies that in Europe play a very marginal role. And these in the medium term should aim at connecting fully the supply and the demand for venture capital in Europe. That is possible only if we also increase the attractiveness of EU equity markets. There is a path dependency in Europe that indeed at the very early stage, in the seeding stage, new ideas are financed in Europe, but then there is increasingly a lack of capital to support their scale up. And the exit strategy also happens in the US, which means that then companies just start doing everything since the very beginning in the US. So we have to break this path dependency, and that's why the importance of equity markets. I'll stop it here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I think it's a very last closing of the round of presentation, very complementary to the others. I just will try to bring together a couple of points and then I open for a question and for the following discussion. On my side, I think we have a perfect link from the first panel to the second. I think in the first we come converging that actually we need more investment, but a specific investment, ICT, intangible, IPP. And for that, I think we need more capital market union, but the capital market union also means we need more equity. It's not only more integrated debt market, but also the equity side is important. And I think what you are showing, the passing from household saving, how you transform and how you move them toward more risk taking, and then the creation of the market, the infrastructure of the market, and going to actually targeting them to venture capital, private equity. That's quite a nice way of showing. The other element where I think all the panelists ended up converging is on the I think it's a quite convincing argument from all the analysis that if you do industrial policy, better do it European level. And I think that's quite nice to see and to repeat and repeat and repeat. There is a lot of push, I think, at various levels. So we have a lot of public support to companies going on, and I think showing that it's you can do less and do more European, and you have a better results, I think is extremely important. So I'm happy to see all these analysis converging on that point of view. And I also like very much actually the analysis that was looking at what happens to firms that, so the fact that you target the firms with the policy support, but you have a negative effect on other firms. I think that's in the policy discussion is less understood and less repeated. So it's nice to repeat and repeat and repeat again. So those are a few points that we were laughing a little bit with Marco, saying we all agree on the same thing. Maybe we have a biased group of people in the room, and I think it's correct. So let's see if the question open to some more contrarian view or, okay. First.
Thank you. I would like to address 2 specific points. The first relates to Carlo's presentation, and the second to Laura's presentation. My question to Carlo is quite simple and is related to one of the main issues raised by Deborah. That is, does size matters in your model? Obviously, I do not know the model. I should work on that. If I well understood, coordination in subsidies improve the results. Nevertheless, you have some equations at the European level, other equations at the member state level. My question is, you should have coordination within each member state, or you should have coordination through the European Union. Which are there differences, and which are the differences? And this is the question. My second question to Laura, I'm really sympathetic with your analysis, in particular on the first part relating to portfolio composition. I wonder if there is an additional issue that is demography. And you know that in the European Union, there is a concentration of financial wealth in the hands of the oldest part of the population. And do you think that is there a link between the ineffective composition of financial portfolios and this concentration of wealth?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentations. I have a couple of questions myself too. One is to Geraldine. I was really struck by the last slide you presented, the one with the obstacles, comparing the obstacles to to enterprise activities in the EU and the US, the orange and green bars. If you actually look just at the dark parts, you would actually see that Europe scores worse than the US on every item. It's not that, I mean, it looks like Europe scores better in certain occasions because you bundle minor obstacles and major obstacles. But if you only look at the major obstacles, which at the end of the day are those which really matter, you see that Europe loses on the whole, on every field. And then on Laura, I have a question and a suggestion. Your idea of a 28th regime goes kind of against my idea that simplification is easier. So I would advise you, before actually going forward in analyzing these, to check what happens to the Societas Europea, because that is already a precedent of a 28th regime. I have no idea whether it was a success or not. No doubt, my impression is that it wasn't.
Can you repeat what?
Societas Europea is the kind, it's an extra structure of legal form you can give to a firm. SE. I guess it wasn't a great success, so I would be suspicious about introducing a 28th regime. And then I felt a bit of a contradiction when you mentioned, but I might have actually lost a bit of the presentation. At the beginning, you actually correctly report that market infrastructures are fragmented within Europe, and that's absolutely correct. And then it seems to me that you're arguing for having a single supervision. Now, if market infrastructures are fragmented, I don't actually see where efficiency gains can be reached with a single supervision, unless you're going to task the supervisor with something the supervisor doesn't have to do, which is force mergers. Mergers can be accommodated if are efficient, but it's not a task of the supervisor to force mergers. Thank you.
Thank you. Marco, I think we take questions and then you answer at the end.
Okay, Laura, very nice presentation, but the ECB is behind the curve, at least terminologically, because not only you have capital markets union, we talk about saving and investments union, but you talk about open strategic autonomy. Actually, if you look a bit around to the main speeches of President von der Leyen, this seemed to have disappeared as a term. And finally, you talk.
Which is the new one? Which is I know that it's a disappear, but I don't know the new one.
No, the new one, you talk about economic security. Security. And the third one is ecosystems, which was a buzzword of Thierry Breton during the previous. So, I mean, I think you have to adjust your, okay, this is just for a joke. Now, more seriously, though. Now, okay, one thing that I have not heard, at least I had to do something urgent, so maybe I missed it in the presentation, but I don't seem to have heard, is the safe asset. So because some people are saying that you can pursue capital markets union as long as you like, but if you do not have this as the backbone at the European level, difficult to achieve much. I wonder whether you agree on this or not. Second point is I am actually convinced that at the end of the day, capital markets union is not happening, or at least it doesn't make a difference on the ground, because in spite of lip service paid repeatedly, there is not a political champion for capital markets union. So leaders who say, okay, I embrace this and that is the, if you do not have that type of buy-in in earnest, I mean, you can write many Eurogroup statements, ECOFIN conclusions, and even mention it in the European Council, but it's not going to be. And the thing is that since, unlike the barriers which are almost ideological, on the banking union side, capital markets union is many obstacles here and there. So the chance of vested interest to actually work against is it's very effective because it goes behind, outside the radar screen. So that is so how we can from the political economy viewpoint. And finally, maybe also with this going beyond pushing Carlo a bit beyond this comfort zone on state aids. In a sense, I mean, I say we because when my previous life with the Commission, in a sense, had to accept a bit the political realism of that. So when you had an alignment of Germany and France pushing for that, very difficult pushback. I mean, on France there is a bit of poetic justice this year, but okay. But there were some proposals, in particular on Letta's report, on how to make state aid more compatible with EU objectives. So, for instance, what you could see is, and here I add a bit to Letta. I mean, what about, we discussed a bit in the previous panel, diffusion of results. So would that be one way to make it more palatable? I think a second one proposed by by Letta was maybe setting aside some money at the national level for EU level, when you do state aid for EU level projects. Or third, checking the EU level added value when you do some state aid at the national level. So would these be options that one could pursue to make it to make state aid more internal market compatible?
No more questions? Then, oh, yes.
Sorry, I realized I missed a question I had for Helge. You said that in the estimates you have behind the estimates of the trade costs within Europe, you actually have a gravity. So I presume that you are controlling for language differences as well. Okay, then it's really striking. Thank you.
Okay, so we go in order as you spoke, maybe Carlo, Geraldine, Helge, and Laura.
I was expecting to speak the last, but I'm fine with that. No, I needed the juridical base, but I got it for Marco, so I just got it, so it's fine. No, I'm answering, actually, if you allow me, Deborah, I will answer Marcello's question on the sides and the coordination within and across member states, and Marco's question on the let's say, state aids. And then I would like also to say a few words on the political economy of the capital market union, as we were discussing this with Draghi on Monday night, actually, so I might bring something to the debate, hopefully. So on Marcello, basically, technically speaking, sorry, I cannot see you. Technically speaking, all that matters is the variance of the different productivities as affected by the different heterogeneity in subsidies. Okay, so the larger that heterogeneity, the larger the variance, the higher the cost. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that heterogeneity across countries aggregated up to the EU level would be of an order of magnitude larger than the heterogeneity that you might have within countries for different instruments. I haven't tested that, but in principle, it's invariant. So the more countries, like say, even the structural funds might might entail variance in the allocation that might lead to some dispersion in the way you use the instruments. So in principle, there is no guidance on whether one or the other would be larger. Okay. On Marco's, we discussed this actually at the onset of the letter report. We had a debate at Bocconi with him in a forum like that, and we discussed the state aid issue. So one idea, a bold idea, was that then he didn't put it in the report, was that you can use Article 122 as a juridical basis. Article 122 is the common market sort of preservation. And the idea would be that you can put through the, sorry, Article 122 is a common market through the country competitiveness reports. Now, the country, the yearly country reports that the Commission, country recommendation reports that the Commission publishes, right? So the coordination of economic policies. With the new governance framework, you can commit countries to investment and reforms, right? And then you evaluate that through the country report, the yearly evaluation. In principle, the Commission could check that the state aids that are authorized within each country would act in a consistent way, not to be detrimental to the overall heterogeneity of the picture, by making use of the provisions of Article 122. So technically speaking, there is a juridical basis for a bolder role of the Commission into that. The question again is whether the Commission wants to move forward with it or leaving, as you said, France and Germany free to do whatever they want in terms of state aids as an adjustment. And probably the solution is halfway in between. The Commission could threaten the use of bolder instrument of coordination rather than leaving everyone's free. Or another thing which is in the letter report is have state aids mostly centered around important projects of common European interests, which would imply probably some lower heterogeneity and therefore higher efficiency. That's another way forward. One last point on CMU and the political economy, about the champions that you were mentioning, Marco. Now, the way I got it in the debate is that there is a coalition of large countries that are ready to move forward, but they are blocked by the smaller countries. In principle, they have the numbers to have an enhanced cooperation and have CMU at 9. But clearly, the enhanced cooperation behind the CMU would probably be 80% of the market, and it would completely destroy the single stocks exchanges in smaller countries, which is a very, very aggressive move to that extent. So technically speaking, can be done, but I do see why there is hesitancy in going in that direction. But that's my contribution to the CMU political debate story.
Geraldine?
Yes, maybe a couple of remarks. First, so I very much agree, and I think that we preach the convince, at least in DG ECFIN, that indeed industrial policy needs to be at EU level. This is also what we have been providing notes to the Eurogroup. There was, in a way, to some extent, member state agreed in principle, but then, of course, the problem is that when you have to act upon it, it means two things: that you need to give up on your national champions, which is very complicated, and that means that you need to give more budget at the EU level, because that means that we need to do it at EU level, which is also complicated. So from these two sides, is a bit, it's of course politically challenging. On your last comment, Carlo, I think on the state aid, so I'm not sure to have understood, but in the RF, in the context of the RF, we are also checking in a way state aid, but the issue is that normally, and DG Comp is checking the state aid, but the first step is that you have to check that the investment is done properly in line with the state aid, and then we implement that. But I'm not sure to what extent we could go beyond. I mean, there are state aid regulation, and there are cases that are in line or not in line. If they're not in line, we follow up, but not sure I understood fully your point. And Marco, just as a joke on ecosystem, well, I'm not sure that this is completely disappeared because you have DG Grow being just very powerful now. So not sure the ecosystem, which is certainly not a word we very pushed by ECFIN, will continue. On the capital market union, for sure, there is a problem of a political will here. But just to mention that we may have a half champion in the sense that Spain has proposed to have this competitiveness lab where they would want to have a sort of enhanced cooperation testing with pilot and essentially at capital market union. Let's see how it is evolved, but at least this could be a way to break out the situation. Now, concerning the specific question on the last slide, well, this is just an EIB investment survey, so Deborah may know more about this than me. But my reading is that yes, this is true if you look at this, but in many of the instances, it's not, the difference is not that big. Like in terms of skills, that it's a major challenge both in the EU and in the US. The uncertainty is probably also a challenge in both cases. But indeed, what is striking is, and this is not a surprise, is the energy cost. That's clearly the major issue, and also all the regulation, both on product market, the labor market, and then the access to finance. But these are things that we know. So that I would say that these are the most striking one. The rest is okay. It's still a survey, so we have to read it through with some glasses. But I think that would be the major point where we would, and I think this is fully in line with what we have discussed earlier. Thanks.
Thank you. And Helge?
Yeah, I've rarely had an occasion where what I said was obviously so in line with the consensus that nobody was going after me. So I appreciate the friendly atmosphere. On the state aid question, you know, it used to be an effective boundary for state level action. Then we said during, you know, two sequential crises, we need to lift these boundaries. And now it's hard to get the genie back into the bottle. But I think but isn't a first cut at this problem to try to at least get it back into the bottle while, and I think that's important, offering the countries that now are going to make much use of this flexibility in state aid something else, right, which will work for everybody. So, yeah, it's a political economy question I have to the experts. For example, on the German auto industry or the Italian auto industry and other such industries that are threatened by EV imports. So, is it that we want to coordinate on protecting these industries, or is it that we want to coordinate on support for R&D for the next generation of EVs? And that's what would move to the European level, I think. At least, you know, my question is that a line of argument? And I think Marco would have to come up with new words. Like if the old words no longer work, we have to have a new word. So my question, it's more a question than a contribution.
And Laura?
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for the question. So, like, indeed, definitely we are not Generation Z here to try with the new wording. Definitely at the ECB, we're extremely traditional. We stick. So on the demography question, for the savings, let's say, attitudes. So the factor that we find being the most impactful here is actually the geography. So there is a extremely big heterogeneity when looking, for example, at Sweden or the Netherlands or Denmark. Those have a financial asset composition that is similar, I mean, almost identical to the US. While when you look at countries like Greece, Malta, Germany, to a less extent, France and Italy, well, that is where indeed that's the other extreme of the curve. Demography definitely is also explains in the sense that the older generation, first, they need financial intermediaries. They can't do financial asset, let's say, investments by themselves, and are definitely more traditional. But in a way, this provides, let's say, more positive prospects for the future in a way that I don't know how to put it more nicely. Going to the questions, let's say, this is answered. Going to the questions on the 28 regime and the single supervision. So for the 28 regime, I mean, definitely we have to look into, how it was used in the past, and we are also very much aware that first we have to be very specific when making a proposal, and secondly, we are also aware that the negotiations are not easy, because it's not that proposing a 28 regime is necessarily easy or easier than having a full harmonization. And typically what happens is that when proposing a 28 regime, every country wants to see their own laws reflected into the 28 regime. And this can lead to having a 28 regime that is a combination of all possible national laws, which makes it even more complicated, or in the best case, the same as a national regime. So, but here we have to be serious when it comes to the negotiations with the councils and the member states. So if we say, and there seems to be consensus that the 28 regime is perhaps the only realistic way forward, because a full harmonization is difficult to be achieved, well, then we expect these negotiations to be serious and not, let's say, the unserious things that were done in the past. And the serious negotiation means that we go beyond reflecting the national laws into a new 28 regime law. On the single supervision, I mean, 3 points. First, is a bit of a chicken and egg story. I mean, because capital markets are not harmonized, then we can't have harmonized supervision, but then we'll never have harmonized capital markets. It's also true that, I mean, looking, for example, at the experience of the SSM, I mean, when you talk to banks, they will say, oh, it was the most horrible idea ever. But when you actually look at how the SSM has functioned over the last 10 years, I'm biased, but I have to say, first, it was necessary to enforce the application of the single rule book, because a single rule book applied by national supervisors would have never been a single rule book. And in the long run, I can't say that the creation of the SSM is fostering cross-border M&A, but a few things are moving, and I can say that without it, definitely there would never be cross-border M&A. So I think that some experience can be taken from there. There are also different ways to think about a single supervisor, no? So, I mean, I think that the idea of having a European SEC is off the table. It's not what we are talking about here. There are a lot of intermediate ways or possibilities from the complete, let's say, cross-border differences that we have now to a European SEC, and all possible ways in between are on the table. Could be indeed an optional 28 regime again for supervision. It could be a mandatory 2-tier system as the one for the SSM. It could be the Véran's proposal, which is about a network of supervisors. I mean, like, there is a broad spectrum of ideas that we will, let's say, deep dive into in the next years. Safe asset is still there. I mean, if you talk to Panetta, he will say that we can't do anything without a safe asset, but a safe asset will not come tomorrow. So, and that's once again, we want to be realistic, or we want to talk about the dreams. I mean, if we want to move, we can't say we can't do anything without a safe asset, because then we will do nothing, and then we are stuck again. So I mean, the ones that we discussed here are proposals on which some convergence can be found ideally in the next legislative term. The safe asset is essential, but it's, I mean, no one is ready. The discussion is not ready to move there. And regarding the political debate, I mean, if we are in a closed door environment here, sort of, there was a champion that supported the Capital Markets Union very strongly over the last year. that was France. Perhaps was not the best placed because, of course, all the others, especially smaller member states, were afraid that with Paris becoming the capital, the European capital of the European capital markets, they would take all the powers away from, especially the smaller players. And on the other hand, on the other, let's say, extreme of the spectrum, you have Luxembourg and Ireland, who are the ones that have to be convinced and brought back on the table. So in between, I would say, bringing, for example, Germany and the other big players on the same page could help catalyzing a bit of consensus around it.
Yes, just one question to Geraldine, and I also apologies for a mistake. I said Article 122. It's Article 121 on broad economic policy guidelines. Sorry, Article 122 is the juridical basis of the RRF. And Geraldine, that's the point. I mean, you do analysis of state aids by country. And then you check whether the state aids are consistent with the temporary framework or the treaty, right? But you never check the variance of state aids across the same industries across countries. And it's that variance that kills the optimality of the allocation. And you have a juridical tool, because if you read Article 121.3, in order to ensure closer coordination of economic policies, blah, blah, I mean, you have all the tools, and you can even call a member states that becomes divergent. That's paragraph 4. I mean, you know the treaty better than me. So technically speaking, you can use the broad economic policy coordination juridical basis and the country-specific recommendation to make sure that the state aid instruments are aligned to the EU average in a closer way. That was my argument.
Geraldine, your call back if you wanted to say a word or.
No, but I'm not the state aid specialist, far from it, so that I'm not too sure. But how it works is that member states apply for state aid. So when they provide they plan the RRF, so the plans, we know the investment, and we facilitate the contact between the member state and DG Comp. DG Comp, what they check is whether the state aid scheme will be allowed or not.
Yeah,
on the basis of on a bilateral basis, of course, on the basis, yes, but that's the way we have. And so member states are authorized to then do X on state aid on the state aid scheme. And it turns out that indeed Germany and France are the one using it the most. But this is on the basis of the approval, and then we make sure, but in the RF, then we facilitate this, but the conditions are generally not related to on the disbursement, are not related to the state aid.
No. But I mean, that I'm just suggesting that DG ECFIN should step into the tool of DG Comp when it authorizes state aids that are super different and heterogeneous across member states, because that kills the single market.
No, I do understand that, but I'm not so sure that we have. Would not be so sure that we have the tool to do that. I think that we have to look at whether the state aid proposal, I mean, whether the investment is compatible with the state aid regulation, and then if it's yes or no, we approve it. But I think the check doesn't include whether this is different in one country and another.
Yes, that's the point. That's the point.
Yes, and I don't think that this goes beyond what I think we can do. But I'm not a state aid specialist.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think we are at the end of the time, and it was a very nice panel. I just wanted to say a couple of things before passing the floor to Marco. I think it was a very interesting panel. We end up with a lot of agreement. So maybe the lesson is the next time we have to also invite somebody going from completely the opposite side. Daniel, you were not too vocal, so you probably were our contrarian today. I think we agree on the value of the single market on the upside. Helge, your work is super important, I think, because we don't have enough new analysis showing the upside of a larger, more integrated market. So it's really, really good that you have this analysis going around and repeating. We all agree on the EU industrial policy better at the European level, not at the national level. I really like as I was saying, this targeting toward the innovation side, toward maybe economic security, but really remaining targeted in term of policy and European level. And on capital market union, saving on investment union, I think we have the two terminology, but the equity part and the very nice roadmap that you are building, it's very interesting. And I say just something from the EIB perspective. I think together with the Commission, we are really the institution more at the European level for these instruments. And we remain very much thinking that, yes, we can do something to support on the EU side, still looking very much at the support of innovation, transforming sector, economic security, but very much in this direction. And we try to do as much as possible also enhancing the equity part, particularly with venture capital, venture debt, and we are thinking at new instruments along the way. So I close it and I pass the word to Marco.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we had a very nice discussion. I mean, the title was, the second line of the title was why, what, and how. And I think by and large, if you put together the two panels, I think we have started to give some beginning of answers to this. I think on the why, on the what also. I think on the how, maybe what one should do is to go the extra mile and, following on what Laura was saying before. I mean, trying to identify key trigger points which have a multiplicative effect because they then, they have potentially strong spillovers and carry dynamically some other advancements. And I mean, I personally think on the capital markets union, the issue of supervision and institutional arrangement, I think is a key point. But that's an example in which you move something there and then you have knock-on effect on other areas. I think we should probably do that a bit across the line. I mean, we were with Marcello, we were actually working on an article, and we had the presentation some days ago. And it was reminded to us that someone who was in touch with Jean Monnet towards the end of his life, coming there with big plans, always got the question back from Jean Monnet saying, yes, but what is the first step? So I think that is, at the end of the day, given also the political capital that is inevitably not endless, even though I think it's maybe elastic. I think it's asking the question of, where to start from is always a good reflect. Now, we have had several of us actually writing to me or around to other colleagues for the distribution of the slides. I guess they can be made available to everybody here, but also since we can see as I said at the beginning, this seminar as well as this workshop, as well as other initiatives as feeding the elaboration of what we call the Florence report on economic and monetary integration. We would like to share the slides both with the EUI internal steering board, so all colleagues from different departments, but also with the advisory committee of the EMU Lab and